Evening, members. We'll get started. We've got a long meeting ahead of us, if you wish. Yeah. I'll remember that later. Okay, item 1, announcements by the Mayor. So before we begin matters relating to the budget, as this is the final meeting of the municipal year, first of all, I would like to thank members present for their contributions, their assistance throughout the year with helping and ensuring that we are effective and efficient in how we run the meetings and getting through as much as we could in a timely manner and getting through the order of business. So I thank you for that. I'd like to thank the chief executives who I've worked with. I've thanked Jackie previously. I'd like to thank Steve for his guidance, his advice and his help and assistance, which I appreciate and always value. The monitoring officers, Lee, Andrea and everyone who helps to ensure that meetings are run effectively and smoothly. So thank you all for that. The leaders that I've worked with, Councillor Pandor and Councillor Scott, thank you for your contributions in helping and your assistance as well. And also the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Dadd, for her assistance in helping me throughout the year in ensuring that we got through as much as we could, and wishing her well when she takes her post in May. Could I ask group leaders who wish to pay tributes to any councillor who shall be retiring at the end of the year to do this now? So any tributes for those members who are retiring? Councillor Scott.
I wonder if it'd be in order to allow some of the ward councillors to speak on behalf of their ward colleagues that are standing down.
So from this, I'm happy to take a group leader and ward colleagues of those who are retiring of their own free will. Councillor Khan.
I'd just like to pay a tribute to my ward colleague, Councillor Naheed Mather, and I'd like to say a warm thank you. Where is she? Because you've moved the seat in. I'd like to say a warm thank you for your 12 years of service to the people of Kirklees and this council. And on a personal and professional level, I am really sorry to see you retire after 12 years of service here and after years, decades of work, fighting for justice, being the voice of the voiceless and promoting inclusion. Many people in this room aren't aware of your long history beyond this council of advocating for fairness and justice. So, and that's it really, and I think everybody here will miss you, and thank you for all the quirkiness and hours of entertainment that you've provided. I think I've worked the closest with Councillor Mather while she's been in council. We were the first Asian women ever to be on Kirklees cabinet. So we'll always own that together, Naheed, that title. And I was in Naheed's a popular member, well liked within this council, and she will be missed tremendously. I did try and talk her out of this, but she wasn't having any of it. But I guess we underestimate how much it sometimes takes out of us being councillors. We do it on such a day-to-day basis. And when other people say, oh, you're a councillor and you've been doing it for 12 years or wherever, they think that's amazing. And we look at them puzzled like, I don't know what you're talking about. We do this all the time. So, but we mustn't forget that, you know, to put yourself forward in the first place, get elected, it takes a certain personality and it takes a certain level of resilience and belief in yourself to do that. So Well done, Naheed. And I'm at the same time quite envious of you as well. So please stay in touch, and I'm sure whatever you decide to do in the future will be just as wonderful and amazing. Thank you, Naheed.
Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Unfortunately, I've got 4 to say goodbye to in my group, and I'm very sorry to say goodbye to each of them. First of all, to Councillor Gregg, to Adam Gregg, a very reliable member of our group and a hard worker on behalf of his residents, I know, and one of those reliable members that we've always been able to go to. Should there be a vacancy on a committee and we can't fill it, he's always been very, very willing to step in there. And I know that he's enjoyed his time on the committees, particularly on the planning committee. And of course, I wish Adam extremely well with any of his future activities. Next to Councillor Stephen, to Mel, who has served great distinction on the planning committee since she's been a member. It's been a great pleasure for me to have Mel on the Conservative benches, because she's one of my oldest friends, beyond everything else. Well, I should rephrase that. Sorry. She's the person I've known a long time. And she's been... I know that people, particularly in the ward up at the Windy Bank, will miss her contribution, because she's got to know them up there and done a lot for the community there. You might not know that Melanie is an extremely talented dancer and actress and singer. Some of you might have seen her on stage. We've never had the benefit of seeing that in the council chamber, unfortunately. She was last seen on Batley Town Hall, covered in green makeup, playing Princess Fiona in Shrek. So there we are. Anyway, Mel, thank you ever so much for your service. We'll miss you. To Councillor McGuinn, Bernard, thank you again for all your hard work. Mr Armenbury, as he's known, a very hard-working ward councillor, always to be seen at anything that's going on in his ward, always to be seen in the Huddersfield Examiner at least 3 times a week. And a great servant to his residents and to this council since 2016, is it, Bernard? Yeah. Yep, 8 years worth of dedication there. Thank you. You'll be missed. And lastly, to Donald. He did hope that he might be here tonight, but to Donald Firth, who is one of the longest serving members in this chamber, he was elected in a by-election in June 1989. So there's 35 years work there from Donald on behalf of the people of Home Firth and the surrounding district. Of course, serving with a long time on the planning committee, chairman of planning, as a cabinet member some years ago, also as mayor, and a lovely year that I know he had as mayor from 2006 to 2007. And I remember, if you remember the Queen's visit to Huddersfield in 2007, he just missed out on being mayor by 1 day. Some of you might remember Jean Calvert took over the night before. But we did make sure that he had a good part to play that day, because I know he'd been disappointed if he hadn't done. I'm sorry that some of the new members in the chamber wouldn't have got to know Donald very well, because of course he's been quite poorly this last year, because you would get to know him as we got to know him, which is a really forthright, down-to-earth chap, nice to know, always a smile on his face. I mean, he used to have a rant now and again, as I'm sure he will acknowledge, but he was always doing so because he wanted the best for his community, and we always had a laugh afterwards, and he always had a laugh with everybody from all the opposition benches. So to all 4 of my colleagues, who between them have racked up 50 years, I would like to say thank you very much for your dedication, and we'll miss you greatly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper.
So yeah, thanks to all the people who are retiring for all the service that they've given. Mel, I came across you at Wicker, but didn't know there was all that acting talent there. But if only we'd have seen it here, you know, that would have been really interesting. That would be great. Adam, you're a Newsham resident, so you know if you fancy delivering some leaflets for us when you're free, that'd be greatly received. You know, yeah, that would be good. Bernard, yeah, known Bernard for years. Used to be my next door but one neighbour, did Bernard? Yeah. But yeah, in terms of Almonbury, yeah, we know you've been a dedicated councillor for that. Now, I just want to say a few things about Donald Firth. Donald Firth is somebody who undoubtedly cares about Holme Firth, and the fact that he was on the planning committee, I'm surprised anything got built anywhere in Holme Firth, to be quite honest. But there we go. And I know that Donald cared, and you know how much Donald cared, because it was when he was getting really angry, he would turn a particular shade of purple, but a guy who obviously cared about his community, loved the Holme Valley, and I just wish he was here for us to wish him well. Naheed and Liz, thanks for your service as well. Naheed been here quite a while. Where are you? There. So yeah, I hope you'll and you've done 16 years. Crikey. 12. Right. Okay. Gotcha. Right. And Liz, great to work with you on children's scrutiny, everything. Yeah, I'm sure you will be sadly missed. You're very dedicated to your work there and came with a lot of knowledge and experience. Good luck to you all.
Councillor John Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief. And just a thought about everybody who's standing down this time. It's a thankless task, often, being a councillor. We do it because we care, we do it because we want to improve the lot of our residents in our wards. For people like Donald, who've done that since 89? 1898. It did feel it's like some meetings, yeah. But for Donald, who's done that for years.
Donald, I will give you the right of reply at the end.
Well, I've got to say it to his face now, haven't I? We were just saying, Donald, that to have as long a career and as extensive career and to care as passionately as you have for your ward and for Kirklees is a measure of the man. And I take my hat off to you. And I wish you all the best for the future and a long and happy retirement, as I do with everybody who's retiring, stepping down. For those of you who are going on to future political careers, I wish you health and happiness. Thank you.
Councillor Turner.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Councillor Reynolds for her service to the Council and the residents of the Golka ward. I've known Elizabeth for a little over 2 years, as she was a sole sitting Labour councillor in the Golka ward when I moved there. Being the sole representative of any political party in the ward is hard work, especially in your first term as a councillor. But Elizabeth worked hard to keep the Labour flag flying and soon established herself as a hard-working community champion. She was a school governor and had a keen interest in our local schools, not surprising given her background in education. So it's not surprising that she was offered the place on Cabinet as a member for Learning Aspiration. A role she has brought a lot to with her experience of the education system. Elizabeth, I wish you well and good luck in whatever you choose to do in the future. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too am wanting to speak about and thank Councillor Reynolds, Elizabeth, for her commitment to Kirklees children and young people. Her drive for positive outcomes for young people in education, training and employment has been admirable. She's been a strong advocate for early help with mental health provision for children in schools, and I know that she's delighted that provision will now be available in schools across Kirklees. Elizabeth's knowledge and past experience in education has enabled her to build strong relationships across educational settings and an understanding of the pressures that schools and colleges face. She's brought an enthusiasm and desire to gain as much understanding of children's service issues as possible, and has been in particular a great supporter for foster carers and care leavers. I've enjoyed working in partnership with Elizabeth and can only thank her for her efforts and wish her well for the future. I hope you will join me in that. Thank you.
Councillor Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the independent group, to all the councillors that are leaving the chamber this year, we wish you all the best in your future, wherever life may take you. And especially to Naheed Mather. I met her after I was selected 2 years ago in a Labour group, where she was amazed to see my moustache and asked me, who am I replacing? And that's where we shot off, and I've learned a lot from her service as a councillor. I've asked her many questions, and she's been a great mentor, and I hope a lifelong friend. Thank you very much.
Councillor Sokal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm keeping very brief. Councillor Naheed Mather, our colleague from the Labour group. I knew Naheed well before she was elected on the council as a councillor for Dalton ward. Since she been elected, she was dedicated and committed to her role as a councillor. In 2016, she was appointed cabinet member until she stepped down a few months back. She worked on many portfolio on the cabinet, yeah, and every portfolio her work on there was well appreciated by her Labour fellow members and the officer as well. So I wish Naheed good luck into her future retirement. Yeah, I know you won't fully retire. You will do something. I wish you good luck. Wish you good luck. Reynald, my other colleague, I know she been about just one term on the council. Both Councillor Reynald was well committed as well to her work. As a business manager, when I need someone on the member, when I was short of member on the committee or scrutiny panel, I always ask Elizabeth, can you do this one? I haven't got any member. She never said no. Yeah, Mohan, I will do. That's the councillor role Elizabeth done in that very short time. Thank you. Wish you good luck. Donald Firth, my friend here. Donald, I think you and me, we were both elected in by-election 1989, just for 2 months apart. I was elected in April and you were elected in June. Donald, I've seen very outspoken person even on the committee, yeah? Especially on the planning. Sometimes some members think he was shouting, but he wasn't shouting. This was the way of speaking of Donald. He really entertained the planning committee during his time on the planning committee. So I wish him good luck. Donald, you've done more than 35 years, I think, on the council. Yeah, and other councillors, Greg Stevenson and other McGueen and and other. I wish all them good luck in their future plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to echo the comments of my other colleagues and members. And it's not an easy job. It's a thankless job. And to all those that are standing down next time, I wish you all the very best personally. Particularly Donald. You know, over 3 decades of public service is quite an achievement and deserves recognition. I'd like to say in particular, thank you, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Gregg has been a Lindley ward colleague for the last 4 years, and he's done a great job in supporting many fine Lib Dem initiatives in that time. So, in the spirit of healthy competition, I'd like to wish him all the best personally, but not too well politically in whatever he does next. Thank you.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I rise to pay tribute to everybody who's leaving, but particularly to my buddy, my friend Elizabeth. We were elected at the same time, the sole Labour representatives for both of our wards. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore. You've been a wonderful friend and support to me in my time on the council. I've always found you a very deeply impressive individual, from when you were the chair of the Place Partnership to your work now on Cabinet and your work on the board as a trustee of Colne Valley Help, which I chair. You are a great asset to Golka Ward, to this council. I will personally miss you very deeply, as I'm sure lots of my colleagues will. And I know for a fact that you've got big things planned and you're going to be marvellous wherever you end up. Thank you for everything, Liz.
We have no other speakers, so I will, if Councillor Donald Firth would like to say anything at this time.
Yes, I would. I would like to thank everybody for the ovation I got for coming in. It doesn't feel like 30 years, believe it or not. And things over the time I've altered at this council, sometimes for the best, sometimes not for the best, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I am retiring under due rest because, as a lot of you will know, I've suffered a bit of a setback, if you want to call it that. And I'm late because I've been to see the guy that operated on me, wanted to see if I was still living. So I've been over to Barnsley this afternoon, and that's made me a little bit late. The traffic at bottom of Chapel Hill with a guy broken down by where the pub was, right on Crossroads there. So that held us up for about 10 minutes. Anyway, just to say thank you for all the nice things and the clapping me, and it's a bit embarrassing actually. I'm not used to things like that, but anyway, thank you to everybody, and I have to say I've enjoyed every minute of being on the council, looking after people, sorting people's problems out. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I'll find something, I'm sure. My wife's a bit worried. She says, "You're not stopping watching television all day long, you know, lad. So you have to get out and do something." So that's what I'm looking to do. Anyway, hopefully I've cleared myself up with my little problem. Well, it was a big problem. And I've been given the okay today, this afternoon. So hopefully it's onwards and upwards. And thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Donald, for that, and I wish you well, along with Councillor Mather, Councillor Reynolds, Councillor McGuinn, Councillor Stephen, and also my ward colleague, Councillor Gregg. Council will now consider the budget motion of Cabinet. Agenda item 7. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. The motion... Yeah, I'm doing apologies during apologies. I'm just going to speak to you first, if you allow me. Very childish, never mind. Council will consider the motion of budget of Cabinet at agenda item 7. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. The motion of Cabinet shall be debated before we then consider the amendments in the order that they were received by the Chief Executive. Following the debate on the amendments, each amendment shall be voted upon in turn. Please note that in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, all voting on the budget item shall be recorded by recorded vote, which shall be done by using the voting consoles. Please note that the mover of an amendment shall have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is the longer. All other speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. Each member may speak to the substantive motion and once to the amendments. If all amendments fall, there will be an opportunity for comments on the motion from councillors who have not previously spoken on the Cabinet motion. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall take place on the amended substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. In the event that neither the Cabinet motion nor any amendments are carried, I shall call an adjournment to allow for the discussion and submission of further proposals in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.5. Breakout rooms have been allocated for groups. Under the provisions of Council Procedure Rule 16.2, the meeting may continue past 9 p.m. if required, without a vote to extend the time of the meeting. We will also have a 15-minute break at an appropriate time, perhaps somewhere around 7 o'clock. I'll now pass you over to the Chief Executive.
Thank you. Under Section 106 of the 1992 Finance Act, I'd like to remind members that if you have council tax outstanding for more than 2 months, you should declare this immediately. This being the case, if you do have outstanding council tax, you would not be allowed to vote on the budget today. Thank you.
And now what some of you have been all waiting for, it's item 2, apologies. Councillor Sokal.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, apology from Councillor Amanda Pinnick. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sokal. Councillor Richard Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Tim Bamford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munro.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to give apologies for Councillor Kath Pinnock, who's tied up with the Rwanda bill at the House of Lords. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item 2, apologies. Item 3, minutes of the previous meeting of the Council. I move that the minutes of the meeting of Council held on the 7th of February 2024 be approved as the correct record. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you. Can we please vote by a show of hands? That is carried. Thank you. Item 4, interests. A list of granted dispensations has been tabled. Members who have any other interests should disclose their interests now. Are there any interests to declare? No? If there are, please complete the appropriate form by the end of the meeting. Item 5, allocations of seats, update report. Councillor Sokal.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the recommendation as set out on paragraph 11 be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Richard Smith.
Yes, second and reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on this matter? No. Right of reply, Councillor Sokal.
Vote, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote by show of hands. All those in favour? Yeah, that is carried. Thank you. So the recommendations are carried. In respect of Resolution 4, can I invite nominations for a Chair of Environment and Climate Change Scrutiny Panel? Councillor Sokal.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Councillor Hannah McCarthy be appointed as chair of the Environment and Climate Change Scrutiny Panel for the remainder of the municipal year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sokal. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Are there any other nominations? Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I nominate Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Is that seconded?
Right.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. Are there any other further nominations? If not, we will move to the vote. Okay, we're going to vote by using the consoles. We're going to use the red button for Councillor McKercher and the red button for Councillor Taylor.
Green.
Green. Oh, did I? Were you all listening? Green, Councillor McKercher, and red, Councillor Taylor. If you let that go, it could have suited somebody quite well. Green, Councillor McKercher, red, Councillor Taylor. Thank you. Councillor McKercher has succeeded in that vote. Congratulations. Item 6, page 15 of our Council Plan 24-25, reference from Cabinet. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll start by, in tough times, it's more important than ever that we in this chamber and this council has a plan. We need a plan to help us to prioritise our scarce resources, a plan that will unite our brilliant workforce and our partners behind common goals. We need a plan that means residents, communities can hold us to account. And above all, we need a plan that gives us hope for the future. I'm pleased to present this council plan tonight, and I will do the things that it actually says in it. So on finance, we will talk more about the financial position later this evening, which I think you will all be waiting for. But it's about stable finances that underpin everything we do. It has to be our first priority. And if you care about our services, our environment and our economy, you will care about making sure that the funding is used properly. We can take big steps towards achieving our budget aims tonight, and we can set steps and take a set balanced budget for targets on our resources. And as far as we can as possible, we can move Kirklees towards where it needs to be for those that need the most help. So I'm urging all members tonight to back our plan, and it's about a budget that pays for it. And it's about moving towards the transformation. But we also need to know that we have to use our limited resources more efficiently, whether it's in our buildings, our technology, or in our amazing people. The council plan is about working smarter on things like prevention and early intervention. There's a raft of programmes and projects in the plan that will change, but it will also improve. And that's the way we are meant to serve our residents. From improving the support that we give to our children who need that extra help, to making services more accessible to the people that need them. And we do need to be bold and ambitious, and it's about the change that works for the local people. It's not just this chamber, it's local people. And that's what our plan's going to offer. A council plan that is about values too. It's about recognising our responsibilities and our environment and to the well-being of everybody who lives here. That's why the council's new plan prioritises greener and healthier Kirklees. It means delivering an environmental strategy and net zero commitments. And it also means reducing health inequalities that we were so cruelly exposed to during the pandemic. And I think we're struggling to find that, you know, people recognising that that has had an impact. Again, the plan and the practical actions within it gives us the best hope of achieving our vision. Finally, this is a one-year plan, and it's about a generational impact. We need to build our resilience, protect our residents, families from what's next in the cost of living crisis, because it's not going away, despite what we've heard today. That means investing in our towns and villages. We are going through tough times, but it's also, we've got to believe that there's a brighter future here in Kirklees, and we've got to sell that future. And that optimism is shared by others, by the university, by the private sector commitment, and in the investment zone, by the multi-billion-pound rail investment, by the international brands coming to Kirklees, and yes, by the government, who have endorsed every single one of our levelling fund bids. That tells you a story, despite what they've been saying publicly, our MPs. The question we need to ask ourselves tonight is, do we share that ambition here for Kirklees? This is a plan that says yes. And it's yes to bringing opportunities for future generations. It rejects the do-nothing approach. We have to do something. It's bold, it's visionary, and it's about our communities. So in conclusion, I'd like to say, I want to finish by saying that this is our right plan. It's for the right time in Kirklees. It recognises the urgency of the economic crisis across the country. It's a vision of progress and improvement in the face of neglect of our public service. And above all, it gives us hope for the future, not only for us, but for our children. So I commend this plan to the Council, and I hope you will do so too.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is that seconded?
Yes, Mr Mayor, second, reserve the right.
Thank you. Are there any comments on this matter? Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have several comments about the document. Firstly, just to start off by saying to congratulate the leader and the chief exec on the introductions at the beginning. I think there's not anything in there anybody would disagree with, and so that reads very well. Further on down the document, I've just got a few questions which you might be able to answer, or some concerns. The first is on page 12 of the document. And it refers to the bottom there about opening Knoll Park House and opening an extra care scheme, which sound great. I mean, we need these facilities in Kirklees. But given we don't exactly have a track record as a council of running these things very well, because we were about to close two because of under occupancy or what have you, and then we've had to reinstate them. I wonder whether that is wise to be doing that. So I'd like some assurance that we've got a handle on that. On the next page, it says that we're going to, by the end of 2024, we're going to make progress with the strategic housing signs at Riverside and Bradley Park. Well, these, of course, were allocated 5 years ago now, and I do wonder what progress has been made. Perhaps one of the relevant cabinet members could tell us, because it's really important that these, particularly the council-owned sites, that we get on and get some houses on them, because we need houses in the borough. These have been allocated, and we've been waiting an awful long time. So I think that's a little bit weak, make progress. I think we ought to be seeing a date for when we're getting spades in the ground and houses being delivered. But my final comments really are about the accompanying summary report. So on page 20 of the packs for tonight, we've got paragraph 5, which is about engagement. This is talking about the online budgeting engagement that took place. It's good that this document has come at the same time as the budget. I think that's a good idea. The two tie in. We ought to be seeing links between this council plan and the budget that the administration puts forward. However, when I read through paragraph 5 there on the engagement, what people are saying doesn't quite correspond with my experience of what's going on. For instance, there's a mention in there about people said we ought to raise more money from selling off unused buildings and land. And my experience of this is that, yeah, it starts, but it gets waylaid down. It's a hugely long process. I've been raising for several years a patch of land in my ward. Nobody in corporate seems to want to know about it at all. I've gone through cabinet members and all sorts, and there doesn't seem to be any desire to get rid of little pieces of land which might make several tens of thousands of pounds. But all these little packets of land with several tens of thousands of pounds will add up eventually. So I agree with what the public have said about that. And also further down, the penultimate paragraph on that page, which talks about investment in our towns and villages. And okay, we've got a budget before us later on this evening where there's an awful lot of investment in the major town of Huddersfield and also in Dewsbury, but very, very little for anywhere else in the borough, other than the funds that the government are providing. So I'd like a comment on that, please, because we've heard just this week, it's been in the Examiner this week, people, particularly in North Kirklees, are understandably upset that they have their services closing, Cleckheaton, Batley, Dewsbury, services closing all over the place, and yet still in the council's budget we've got £250 million worth of borrowing, prudential borrowing, to invest partly in an event space in Huddersfield. And that's one of the reasons why I find it hard to support the budget tonight. So if there are any answers to those questions, I'd be very grateful. And just to say that because this is passed at full council, because we discussed this here at full council, I did make this point last year. It would be good if the council plan then comes back to full council, maybe not this time, but maybe the month before next year, so we can actually measure what the Cabinet have done against the plan. Because we're very good in the council at passing a plan. We're very bad at actually looking backwards and saying, well, actually, has it worked? It's the same with budgets. We pass budgets. We're very bad at looking back at budgets and saying, actually, has it done what it's meant to be? So it would be good if it did come back here, and then we can hold the Cabinet to account for the progress of it or otherwise. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor John Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of brief comments. One is to say, well, to echo Councillor Hall's comments on the quality of the plan. Sometimes we're used to overblown mission statements in council plans. This does not do that. This is a cut above that. Again, the opening comments from the CEO and from the leader put it in that bracket. It puts it above that. There is much in the plan that my group would agree with, and it would be in a similar plan to ours. This is not our plan, though. We have had no input into this plan. One of the things I think that I've been asking again and again at frequent councils is, and we touched on it with the word transformation, is we are a council in transformation. We are moving to a council that delivers fewer and fewer services or at a smaller scale. And I've asked repeatedly about how we have that open and frank relationship with the public that tells them what we're doing, but includes them in the decision-making process. Now, we can take digital surveys. We know that they're poor. We know that they're a poor response. What are we doing in this plan that says we are listening to the public, we are working with, I say again, with the public to produce our plan and deliver the budget and to deliver the transformation that we think we're going to have after the dust is settled and all the cuts have been made. And I don't see that in this plan. And I'm sorry that that's the case, because that would have helped me greatly in reading the rest of the budget, if you know what I mean. But as it is, it's very difficult to get past that lack of engagement with the public. Thank you.
Councillor Andrew Cooper.
I'd echo the points about engagement and how are we going to know in 12 months' time, just 12 months' time, from people if the council plan has made people think, yeah, 12 months on, we'll see that things have changed as a result of this plan. And the 12 months is the point, really, because this is about the vision, it's about the direction of the council, the places that the things that we're wanting to do over a period of time. And to be quite honest, a year is just too short for this. If you go to any council around the country, well, most council plans are 4 years ahead, 5 years ahead, some 6 years ahead. That's the sort of vision, direction that councils will operate to. And then it's meaningful, because you can look over a period of time to see if the things that you're doing are taking you in the direction that you want to go. Bradford Council, they've got their own financial issues and their own financial difficulties. What they've got a 4-year plan as well. So I appreciate the fact that the council has got huge financial problems, but really this plan should be giving us some sense of direction where we're going to be in 4 or 5 years hence, not another 1-year plan. We used to do 4 or 5 year plans. Now, last 2 years, we've done 1-year plans. And so I'd like to understand if there actually is going to be a proper council plan that's going to come next year, which will have a longer lifetime.
Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And firstly, to show that the Conservatives do occasionally have dissent and we have differing opinions, I differ with Councillor Hall on one respect, Mr. Mayor. When he was questioning the sense of opening the Knoll Care Home, I would warmly welcome it because it's in Murfield. And it's very rare, Mr. Mayor, that Kirklees actually spends anything in Murfield. So it's to be welcomed when they do. Looking through the plan, as has been mentioned before, the fact that there are deliverables and these, there are things against them, the dates when we can look. I don't think any of us here, or maybe Councillor Firth, is probably one of the few who can remember old-fashioned budget meetings where late into the night the Chief Executive sent out for fish and chips. If that happens tonight, then the aspiration of expanding and building children's residential provision by purchasing and opening a further new home in April 2024 may well have come to pass by the time we get out of here, Mr. Mayor. But that's a very ambitious target, because to purchase and open a further new home within a month is a very good target. We shall see on that. The transformation and services of homes for our housing tenants. I was hoping, Mr. Mayor, that the Cabinet Member or Chief Executive would have made a statement to Council today on the news that we got an email about last night and which has been in the media, that Kirklees Council puts tenants at risk of serious detriment amid safety breaches. That's something which I was hoping would have had a statement to allay the fears and to openly minute and address the full Council. It's the first opportunity and it should have been taken, Mr. Mayor. We look at investing in our communities, delivering sustainable economic outcomes. And again, Councillor Hall has reflected on trying to bring forward land for development in his patch. In Murfield, Mr. Mayor, we've done the same. We have offered land for development, but have said to Kirklees, come forward and work with us on an environmental, sustainable and achievable plan for veterans, for older people, and for something which had a lower traffic impact. The result, we've been told, is it will be sold on the general market. So what we're going to see is more boxes, more traffic, and more upset for the people of Murfield, Mr. Mayor, which is unacceptable. Again, the values of, on page 37, the values, and it's talking about, once again, the strapline of we do with, not to. So far, Mr. Mayor, we're seeing very little working with on bringing forward libraries to have a sustainable model in the future. We haven't had consultation with ward members. I look at my colleagues, nobody has said to us, do you want to sit down and talk about how Murfield is going to be impacted? You've had a cabinet decision and we haven't had the offer of a meeting, Mr. Mayor. We are pleased, and other colleagues now across the chamber may take issue with the words here where it says we work with each other and are friendly, considerate and appreciative. We are kind in our behaviour. Again, statements from colleagues across the chamber would give lie to that, Mr. Mayor. The graphics in this, there's some graphics about our beautiful borough. It may be a snapshot, but I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, when Kirklees acquired a ski slope. On page 44, we've got there somebody enjoying the activity, which I'm sure not many of us get to do. Although I did show this to some of the Murfield residents before I came out, Mr. Mayor, and I have to say they were less than complimentary. What Murfield residents have said to me is that is indicative of this current administration and this leadership, that Kirklees has been going downhill for years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also start by noting that on page 44 there's also a picture of the wonderful Lindley Clock Tower in our beautiful area. So that's very welcome. I would echo the comments of my colleague and Lib Dem leader, John, particularly in respect of engagement. I also would, I support much of what Andrew Cooper said. However, I would note that I think in order for the council to come up with a multi-year budget, it will be incumbent on the government to provide us with a multi-year settlement. One needs to start before the other one follows. And just in respect of selling off some of the town's assets, you know, this town has, famously, the town that bought itself, but with, again, with some of the noises that are coming from the central government about a fire sale of assets to fund revenue, something which would not be expected of any sensible business, we could end up being the town that sold itself. Those points aside, I recognise the budgetary pressures this council, along with hundreds of other authorities across this country, are facing. Inflationary pressures, high energy costs, increases to the national living wage, increased demands on services, and not least, the real-term cuts in the central grant from government over the last decade or more have cost this council and many others dear. All of this means that we do have to make difficult choices to deliver the balanced budget. Notwithstanding all of this, it's right and legitimate to challenge and question some of the choices the Labour administration are proposing. As I say, I understand we've got difficult choices to make, but I think there are areas of the budgets which propose some regressive increases and almost what could be called a cash grab on some residents who don't have a choice how to wriggle out of those or avoid those charges. Our amendment sets out to address some of these areas, and I hope it will be received in a pragmatic and helpful notion that it's intended. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smedge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Parts of this plan came to Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee a couple of times. The response in the report to the recommendations from OSMC, we talked about having a longer time frame for the plan. And while you put in the report that many of the deliverables have timescales longer in duration than 12 months, the deliverables are key actions for the next 12 months. So I was a little bit concerned when you said that it was just a one-year plan, when you've got 3-year, you've altered text to say 3-year council priority and 24-25 deliverables. Also, we mentioned about health inequalities. And the response there is that these are being addressed through a wide variety of activities, including those under the greener, healthier Kirklees priority. Well, this is where the Director of Public Health annual report is mentioned, and the Health and Care Plan, and improving physical and mental health outcomes, and the local care market. And I think that actually misses the point. Health inequalities should be across the whole of these deliverables. I can remember when we used to have health inequalities as an item on the council agenda once a year. I know now it's Health and Wellbeing Board that deal with health inequalities. But in actual fact, if we do not have health inequalities across all our deliverables, then how are we going to achieve them? A lot of them take a lot of years to progress, and therefore there needs to be a consistent approach to health inequalities across the years. And just having them marked for one particular area, it should be across the whole of the plan. And we also mentioned about future performance, and so we look forward to seeing actual performance results across these deliverables at OSMC. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you to Cathy and Steve for their introductions, and to the officers that pulled together this plan. There are a couple of things I wanted to raise and mention. And my first one is around the detail of the plan. It's kind of disappointing that it's got timescales in it, but the majority of the timescales effectively are meaningless, because they talk about throughout 2024, 25 and ongoing, which means you've not really got any deadlines or dates or anything that one could go, have we achieved this? Because you don't know when you're aiming to achieve it by. What I'm also disappointed about this plan compared with the last plan, what I liked in the last plan was it named accountable cabinet members for each of the priorities and the deliverables, and that seems to have disappeared. And Councillor Davis will recall when I chaired corporate scrutiny that I asked him to come along, and we talked about all of the deliverables that he was accountable for and what progress we'd made and which had been delivered within timescales and which hadn't. And I know at first he was a bit taken aback that I'd asked that, but we had a really good discussion, and it was a really positive discussion and positive outcome, and that is the role of scrutiny, is to scrutinise and to hold you guys to account. But we can't do that if we don't know who's accountable, and we don't know when things are going to be done by. Because what are we scrutinising? So that's one of my criticisms of the plan. There were two other things I wanted to raise, and I was interested when we look at, our people, partners and place. And when we talk about people, we talk about working together with people and communities to solve problems and make most of opportunities. It also talks about, under our value, about pride, about we're proud of what we do as individuals and working together with colleagues and with residents. And I'm going to have a bit of a whinge. I keep raising examples, and I've lost count of the number of cabinet members and senior officers within the council I've spoken to, specifically about two issues where I've got local community groups that are trying to help, and the council is getting in the way. And I keep asking everybody, please, can you help me with this? Everybody talks to me. Sorry, Cathy, I'm looking at you, but I mean, it's not just you. I've spoken to a number of people, but I never get an answer. And I'm still waiting, and I've still got these community groups that are volunteering to do things, to solve problems in their communities, and we're not helping them. So when I read things that say we're working together with people and community to solve problems, that's not what happens in practice. And I think it's incumbent on the administration and the officials that I've spoken to, and I'm not naming any names in this chamber, to reflect on that and go, are we really delivering what we said we're going to do? Because Councillor Taylor keeps banging on about this, and he will continue to bang on about it until he gets a resolution, because I'm that sort of councillor. But it's great to say these things in words. It's easy to talk the talk. What's not happening is you're not walking the walk. And on a similar level, you talk about regeneration and support for our towns and villages. Yeah, actually, you brought forward to the last cabinet meeting a proposal that's cutting adrift some of our villages in terms of their support for libraries.
No discussion with ward councillors, no explanation of why this library and not that library. And again, I'm not going to mention which libraries are being cut adrift and which are being still supported, but we are treating different areas differently. No explanation. It doesn't feel like we're continuing to support the regeneration of our villages if you're pulling the support and expecting people to step up. It talks about access strategy and rolling out our public access facilities across our libraries, but actually you're not. You're doing it to some libraries, but not to others. And so you're treating them differentially. I mean, Martin's already talked about Murfield. Obviously, there's an impact in my own patch as well, so I feel it quite personally. But as everybody in this chamber knows, libraries are one of my things I'm really, really passionate about. And I'm passionate about the benefits that communities have from libraries. So if you cut libraries adrift, you're cutting those communities adrift. And that, again, to me, doesn't feel like you're living to the values that you set out in this plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify a couple of things. John, you're very worried about who's responsible for what. The deliverables under page 33, I will assure you that the first 4, it says children and young people. I guarantee you I will be responsible for those. I think most of them are fairly easy to figure out who, but there we are. And I just wanted to address Councillor Bolt's point about children's care home opening in April 24. It's already purchased. It's already been sorted out as such. The staff are appointed. The one thing that is preventing it, and has been for months, is the registration from Ofsted. We just need the piece of paper. It could open tomorrow if that happened. April is a best guess, but who knows what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you very much. I'll just address a couple of issues. David, Noel Park House is daycare facilities for dementia clients. So obviously that's a part of the maximising independence agenda. That's supporting people to keep their loved ones at home for longer, to give some kind of respite during the day. So hopefully that helps. And the extra care housing, again, part of the same agenda, very much about supporting people to live in a safe living environment for themselves. So hopefully that answers that. I just wanted to come back as well on Councillor Smage's point. Today, I was very lucky to be at kind of like a public health, I'm talking about a huddle at public health here at Kirklees. I was at the same event you were at this afternoon as well. And one of the big things that we talked about were the wider detriments of health. And what is really reassuring is that links are being made around licensing, around housing. Links are made at a cabinet level around these things, but they're very much being made at an officer level. So I hope you'll be reassured, and I'm sure we'll have further conversations around that.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I just want to pick up on a couple of points that Councillor Hall raised, and we talk about people responsible. So it's a couple of areas that I'm responsible for, and I'll take that responsibility. So Bradley is an extremely complicated site. We have a very small housing delivery team who work incredibly hard on a number of projects and are delivering houses and will deliver houses. We've got lots in the go. We've got lots of negotiation going with third parties to develop more houses. Bradley is moving ahead, but it is a big site. It's complicated by the highways issues on that road. We have a solution that we're working on at the moment. I can't give you that because there's a bit commercial sensitivity. I walked the site with officers. I think our housing delivery team do a fantastic job for Kirklees, given the size of them. There's some fantastic projects on the go and more to come. Don't forget, we've also got Gisby Riverside, when you've got a small team and you're trying to do two big sites, that takes a huge strain and time for those officers. So I have every faith that we will get there, but it is complicated. These large sites do take some developing, but we will get there, I can assure you. I say, we've got a plan, we're working on a plan at the moment on that. Land sales. Of course we'd like to sell more land sales. The slight problem being is, in corporate landlord, we're about 50% of our capacity because there's a national shortage of people in that with that specialism. You need those specialists to be able to get those sites away for sale. We have a plan over the next few years to bring sites forward. But why Are we going to concentrate on very small sites that might give us 10 grand when I've got projects that I know delivers nearly £1 million? So what of a team that's at 50% capacity, do I want them to go 10 grand? I don't want £1 million. It's £1 million. So we'll concentrate on the bigger sites to get that money in to the council, as we know we're all short of money. But again, our capacity, they work really, really hard. I'm in regular contact with them. So I have every faith that we will get around to your small sites, but let's get the bigger ones, the more important ones out of the way first. And I can't pay tribute to both of those departments enough, because I know they're understaffed, but we can't get the staff. And it'd be nothing better than to be able to employ some people, but given the financial situation, we can't employ extra people.
Thank you, Councillor Paula Davis.
Just one point, going through all this plan, there was one little piece that really caught my eye, which was the, on page 35, one of the deliverables is under engaging with more residents about the cultural and heritage offer, publishing new strategies for culture, heritage and tourism to provide a clear 10-year vision to be delivered in December 2024. I'm really looking forward to that one, especially if it includes keeping the Tulsa Museum open and its collections available to all. Thank you.
Councillor Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In 2017, I had the pleasure of working at Civic Centre 3 at the Customer Service Centre alongside 57 other people. I was there for 18 months until I decided to have a career change. Many of the people that are currently working at the Customer Service Centres in Huddersfield and Dewsbury are my friends and former colleagues. Could I ask the responsible cabinet member to give some reassurance on their futures? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Anwar. Right of reply, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been quite a comprehensive thing. I think on a whole, you're all saying you love the plan. So I'll pick up some items that were discussed because some of my colleagues have done them. Page 9 sets out the deliverables, and under 4 headings, what the priorities were, so it's all there. Regarding the element of not seeing the plan, not knowing about the plan, not feeding into the plan, scrutiny had the plan, that's been said tonight. Councillor Smith, thank you for your input and things that you have said on that, but it also went to Cabinet. You all had an opportunity. We also talked about finances, so it strayed a little bit in a budget. So it actually caught my mind then, because I actually thought, the tighter the squeeze by this government, the more they squander above. They've wasted over 350 million on consultations for HS2. That's the budgets they've took off us. So we suffer. So no matter what we're saying about this plan, we need transformation. We need greener and healthier. We need infrastructure. We need investment for a plan. And Councillor Hammer, thanks for what you did say. I do appreciate you saying that. But you didn't even put in a budget amendment. So you can't say that you're out to save something because you didn't put in a budget amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. Voting on the consoles. Do you want me to tell you which to vote for? Green, for. Red, against. Yellow, abstain. Thank you, that is carried. I did see all the yellows. I got excited for a minute. I thought it meant something else, but hopefully it will one day. Yeah, absolutely. Right, that is voted for. Thank you. We will now have a short break, and then we will recommence after the break with item 7, the budget. So we can get a coffee, have a comfort break, and we'll return in approximately 15 minutes. Listen out for the bells. Thank you, members. If you can take your seats as quickly as you can, we're going to move on to item 7. Council Annual Budget Report 24-25 and following years, incorporating capital, treasury management, general fund, revenue and housing revenue account, reference from Cabinet. Can I remind members to take their seats quickly? And also that the mover of an amendment will have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. All other speakers, be they group leaders or not, will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, any decisions taken in relation to the budget, including amendments, shall be done by recorded vote. It has been agreed that Council Procedure Rule 18.12 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments will apply. Members are able to speak once on the Cabinet motion and on one more occasion on one of the 3 submitted amendments. During speeches, members may make reference to the content of the motion or any of the published amendments at any point during the debate. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. A copy of a flowchart setting out this process has been placed on your tables. I will now ask the Leader of the Council, Councillor Cathy Scott, to present the motion of Cabinet.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The people of Kirklees deserve an explanation. In fact, the people across this country deserve an explanation, because over the next few weeks, most people in England will see their council taxes increase. And at the same time, they will see major cuts in their local services, and that is the truth. It doesn't matter if you live in a leafy home counties or in the inner cities or anywhere in between. You will hear councillors, which are Tory, Labour, Lib Dems and the Greens, talk about tough choices. You'll hear campaign groups mobilising to save their services and amenities. They will talk with passion and conviction about the impact on the cuts on people's lives and their opportunities. In some cases, those campaigns will succeed, but mostly, and I'm genuinely really sorry about this, they will fail. And that's because the local government finances in this country are in crisis. It's a crisis for 3 reasons. The reasons have little to do with the way the council services are managed despite the propaganda out there. But they will shape every council's budget in this country. And it's fair to say that we have never set a budget here in Kirklees which has been so influenced by external factors. That's why it's important to set out the context of this year's budget. I want to start by explaining the 3 factors which has such an impact on every person here in Kirklees. The first is we're living in the consequences of austerity. 14 years ago, the government took a gamble. They gambled on what they could starve public services of funding and nobody would notice, or that nobody would actually care. But people are wiser and more compassionate, and then they could see it all crumbling. The school buildings, and they do really care about their children's futures. And most of us know that someone who is stuck on an NHS waiting list, people care a lot about that. And they know how much value there is to their local services, their leisure centres, their care homes, their parks, and that's just to name a few. But all those local services are being squeezed relentlessly. Funding from central government to Kirklees Council has fallen by 42% since 2015. The government's strategy has been to force the councils to raise the council tax to make up for the difference. That's why the vast majority of councils are raising their council tax this year by exactly the same amount as Kirklees. And that's not a coincidence, that is government policy. With the higher council tax, austerity has cost the household of Kirklees around £536 each year in funding for our local services. That's about 100 million missing from when we started this budget process, and I think you can acknowledge that. It's been said time over. And that's before we consider the system of funding councils that's rigged against Kirklees. According to the Institute of Fiscal Studies, council services in Kirklees are funded less than Buckinghamshire, despite the obvious difference in the needs of our communities. Even amongst councils that are similar to us, we get millions less than the central government from the central government funding. But austerity is biting its hardest at the same time as demand is rising for our services. There are two big changes happening that affect public services in Kirklees and across this country. In 2010, 14% of our budget went towards social care, adult social care. That's vital support for older people, residents with disabilities. This year, 26% of our budget will go on adult social care. As that proportion of the budget increases, it squeezes everything else that we do. And you can't deny that. And with an ageing population, the trend is continuing. We've had grand promises of solving these issues. Prime ministers, and I am saying prime ministers, have stood on the steps in Downing Street, I'm not going to say how many, to tell us they have a plan. You've had several. Unelected, unelected, unelected. My flaw. But nothing ever happens. This year, Mr. Mayor, can you ask him to stop interrupting me? I'll give him his space.
Can you just be respectful and let the leader of the council... No, you won't, because you haven't got a right to speak right now. You press your button when the time is right, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Scott.
Right. And every year this crisis deepens. This year we had a last-minute announcement of extra funding, but it's barely a sticking plaster, let alone a solution. And at the same time, the cost of social care for children is rising too. In the past 10 years, the average cost of external placement for a child in care has risen by 100%. And we are talking about our most important services, about life and death and our children's futures. So we won't walk away from our responsibilities, but our budget will reflect the demand on the pressures. So we're living in a world where our income is falling and the outgoings are rising. These factors are made worse by the country's dire economic performance. Thanks to the Trussonomics and the cost of living crisis, we've had 20 million in extra interest rates and inflationary costs to pay next year. Households across Kirklees know exactly what that feels like in their rents, mortgages and energy and shopping. Just like those households, we need to make savings elsewhere in our budgets just to keep afloat. Austerity, rising demands and the cost of living, the three reasons all councils are facing these tough choices. But we're taking responsibility. We're cutting our cloth accordingly, just like households in Kirklees. And like those families, we don't have a choice. We must, by law, deliver a balanced budget, and we are spending matches our income. But it didn't just happen. The consequences have got worse. Worse for taxpayers, worse for our brilliant staff, and worse for the people who need these services the most. This budget means we avoid the fate of 5 councils who have already issued bankruptcy notices, and the many other local authorities that are going to follow them. We're already seeing councils who don't even set balanced budgets are being forced to raise council tax by moving their council tax by twice the amount that they were proposing in their budgets. And if we issued a Section 114 notice, cuts to services would be devastating here in Kirklees. We wouldn't want to stop this sort of flexibility, but we've been able to apply some difficult decisions in our leisure centres, or the kind of long-term thinking about our care homes for people with dementia. The axe is being wielded by Whitehall, and remember that, Whitehall. They don't truly care about the best interests of our community. That's why they set out a plan in autumn. That's why we set out a plan in autumn, a plan that we would stabilise the finances. Because of all our services, from bin collections to community safety, rely on stable funding. We said we would need to prioritise funding towards those who need our support the most. We said we needed transformation services to making savings while minimising the impact on our residents. And through our capital programme, which is separate from our day-to-day budget, we said we would continue to invest in the economy and infrastructure. This is about building our way into the future too. The budget does all those things, because even in difficult times, your values are important. It means we're protecting, as far as possible as we can, the children's services. It's one of our major services where the budget will increase in the new financial year. The rest of the budget will see us focus on our resources, where we think they are the most needed. It means that we will spend 34 million on making Kirklees cleaner and greener, and 22 million on improving local people's health and well-being. And both those are priorities that we've set out in our council plan. For the long-term investment in our economy, our transport and our infrastructure, more than £1 billion over 5 years will bring opportunities for generations in Kirklees, for Kirklees residents. That's on top of the extra funding our partners are bringing in to the borough. These are difficult times, but there is hope for our economy. And it's up to us to nurture that hope. In other parts of the council, the budget focuses on efficiencies and savings, as it must. We will streamline some services, minimising while we impacts on residents. That includes saving back office services, management and administration. We've been reducing our costs relentlessly for years, freezing recruitment, changing processes and using our buildings more efficiently. That's why our overspend has been coming down. But we have to go further to balance the budget. So we will cover these costs of more services through increased fees and charges. We've been completely open about that, and that's the only way to keep the services going. And in some cases, we will reduce services altogether. On that note, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the impact of these changes on our staff. Many of these changes will mean reducing staff members. And of course, we will look to redeploy as many people as we can, and we will go through a difficult process openly and flexibly. We want to say how difficult these decisions are to the people who we serve in our communities with such commitment and professionalism. They don't deserve this. And I want to finish by saying that it's not just our staff that deserve better, it's the people of Kirklees that deserve better than the choices that we've been faced with. The system of funding local government in England is broken. The truth is staring us in the face. It's putting at risk the things that make our places, our communities. We need real change, a new funding system, one that gives people of Kirklees a fair deal. We need proper solutions for social care funding so that people can live healthy and independent lives for longer. And above all, we need a government that actually believes in public services, and that's the truth of the matter. In the absence of all them things, this budget that faces reality, and it is our budget that's going to face this reality, it focuses on resources where they're needed the most, and it gives hope for the future. So I move this budget, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is that seconded?
Mr Mayor, I rise this evening to second the Labour Group budget. As the leader has said, it's not the budget we want, nor one we would have delivered if it was not for the fact that, like virtually all local authorities, after 14 years of the failed Tory political dogma of austerity, which has decimated council budgets and indeed all public services, as we all know. In respect to the financial year 24-25, the government has agreed to provide 19 councils with support to manage financial pressures by the Exceptional Financial Support Framework, or EFS as it's known. For 11 councils, this included agreement to support for prior years of underfunding. This amounts to a total of over £3 billion to cover past year's shortfalls and this year's and next year's shortfalls. Even this does not address the fundamental issue of the structural underfunding of local government, as all it does is kick the can down the road for those authorities and its residents. If this desperate need for funding for vital services was down to councils of one specific party or one part of the country, then there may be an explanation. But it's not. It's councils of all colours and spread the length and breadth of this country. Clearly, local government is underfunded. So in this context of where local government funding is, it's actually a great budget, as it steers us well away from that and away from issuing the dreaded Section 114 notice, or going cap in hand, like Oliver Twist, with a begging bowl to the Chancellor, asking for more from a dysfunctional, shambolic government which should lead to more cuts to pay any loan back. No one likes to have to ask the public to pay more, especially in the current Liz-Truss-created cost of living crisis. But the government has already assumed that we need to raise council tax by the maximum, hence we have included a 4.99% increase in today's budget. Interestingly, in all the amendments, for the first time that I think I can ever remember, in all the amendments, nobody is suggesting we don't raise it by 4.99. So we have before an evening when no party has suggested that we don't raise it by 4.9. So tacit recognition by even the Conservative group that we need the money to balance the budget due to the current underfunding and the government underfunding and creating the current cost of living recession and current recession and cost of living crisis. Can't read my own typing. We have always been a prudent council and have always lived within our means. Whilst we do have to deliver cuts to our budget, which will affect services, there are some positives to be taken for it. But by being a run financially stable council over the last few years, we can invest across the borough. A commitment to build 2 new special schools to provide the best possible care for our children with special educational needs. This is not only the right thing to do, but it's an invest to save, as it will mean we can ensure that more of our children have the facilities they need here in Kirklees, and they won't have to go out of area at great cost to us. We are on track to have residents in our new extra care home in Bradley before Christmas, providing much needed facilities for our older residents, which will hopefully bring some family homes back into the market as well. We've also started work on the new extra care home in Clockheaton, which again will deliver much needed flats for our older residents. Again, the right thing to do as we continue to move to having an older population in Kirklees, in line with the rest of the country. 2 new dementia day facilities under construction, again to deal with the rising demand for this terrible illness, and absolutely the right thing to do. The new investment zone, just last week confirmed by the Secretary of State, will bring new jobs and private investment into the borough. We have already seen interest in the opportunities the investment zone will bring. Over 100 million of investment from government and over £1 billion investment in the Transpennine upgrade. I take this as a vote of confidence in Kirklees from the rail industry and the government. Or would the Tories disagree with this? Kirklees is seeing productivity growth above the national average and the West Yorkshire average. Business has faith in us, and we can see that we are committed to growing our economy by working with businesses and partners. We are creating the atmosphere and environment for job growth, job creation, despite the best efforts of the government to bring the country to its knees. And to those who say we are shambolic, and there's several, and we all know who they are, and we don't know what we're doing, I say to you this: yes, times are tough, but this cabinet is not afraid of those tough decisions, and by making tough decisions and being prudent, we are now in a position of being able to provide much needed investment in our infrastructure and delivered much needed facilities for our residents. So just to possibly annoy Councillor Taylor, I would like to point out a typo on page 16 under 2.12.7. The figure should not be 3.45 million, not as printed, it's on as page 6 under 1.9, it should be 36. So, sorry John. Did you spot it? Finally, I must thank our Section 1 Fine Officer and her team, and all our officers developing a budget that gives us a balanced budget and allows us to deliver on our statutory responsibility to keep people safe, protect the most vulnerable and those most in need, and invest in the future of Kirklees to stimulate the local economy, to deliver the jobs and economic growth we need for the future of Kirklees. Mr Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Are there any comments? Councillor John Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Turner. And as ever, thank you to officers for delivering the report. The Liberal Democrat group realised that this has been an especially gruelling year for all directorates who've been asked to cut deeper and further than ever before. It's not a barrel of laughs telling people they can't have. Throw into the mix the Section 114-like spending freeze, multiple changes of directors and cabinet members, dizzying U-turns, and announcements from the cabinet, and the direct, wildly inappropriate attacks from Rishi Sunak in Parliament. And I'm frankly surprised that we didn't get a single sheet of paper saying, we're off, the keys are under the mat. So genuine gratitude for your loyalty and professionalism in what was supposed to be the easiest year of our savings journey. It didn't feel like it though, did it? And of course, when we need to deplete reserves to make the books balance, which was the intended plan in last year's budget narrative, then we know times are grim. Given our current constraints, the Labour Cabinet have had limited scope to do much other than firefight. That much is understood, but in every budget there are choices. There are operational choices, sure. Some of those mean we've got a wonky bin service right now, and there's a backlog of potholes stretching from here to Cleckheaton. Certainly felt like that this afternoon. Those front delivery items that we notice every day. So those ones, yes, we have some choices on those, but not much. The other choices are about who we want to be. The drift towards Huddersfield-centric county seat model must stop. It must stop because to the people of Cleckheaton, Mirfield, Batley, Heckmondwike and so on, Huddersfield is deeply irrelevant. The twin strategy of withdrawing services and assets in outlying areas while massive investment is poured into Huddersfield is grossly imbalanced and inherently unfair. Yes, there needs to be investment in Huddersfield. Nobody's denying that. And it's desperate for it. But you must understand that now more than ever, fairness must guide our decisions. It's unthinkable that debts stretching out to 2073 should be paid for by people who simply don't and won't look to Huddersfield for their needs. The Liberal Democrats were the first to call for a review of the blueprint, and we continue to question Labour's commitment bias when it comes to their plans. We also question if they are the right solution to the problems we are going to face in the future, or if, as Georges Clemenceau said, our generals are always prepared to fight the last war. But if Labour's approach is the flawed, if not the wrong answer, what is the question? Well, to me, it's why does the Conservative government despise local government? I choose my words deliberately there. Why else would it go on a decade unassisted, decade-long, deliberate campaign of defunding local services? Why else would it make money available in bidding processes with tighter and tighter windows for amounts that are not a sustainable use of time and money spent on preparing those bids? Why else would it refuse to fix funding on adult social care to the point that it now makes up more than a quarter of our spending? Why are so many councils on the edge financially? If it was one or two, you'd put it down to local mismanagement. But with 20% of councils struggling, we know that it's a systemic failure from number 10. Why is local government once again left on life support after today's budget announcement? So why do I say despise? It despises local government because it can't fully control the spending. To spend without return is abhorrent to the Tories. Remember that for the Conservatives, it is not enough that they succeed. Others must fail. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Adam Gregg.
Can I begin by thanking you, Mr Mayor, for your service for the borough in its 50th year in existence. I know it will have been a proud honour to have served as Mayor, and I congratulate you on your year in office. While I don't think it's going to come as any surprise to anybody that I don't support the Labour motion this evening, I would like to express my gratitude for the members of the Council's staff and officers for their work in putting it together. From speaking to colleagues, Conservative colleagues, I understand that there was some concern with regards to the time given to opposition parties to analyse the figures and put forward their own motion and alternatives. So maybe that is something that the leadership could consider moving forward. On the doorstep, there is a perception that this council's leadership is in chaos. We've seen a Labour councillor jailed for perverting the course of justice, a £47 million black hole, a scathing independent auditor's report on how this Labour council has managed its resources, and residents just want the bins emptying and their potholes filled, but all they are getting is deflection and blame from the Labour leadership. Now, we've heard a lot of rhetoric about central government, and there's going to be a lot of finger pointing from Labour members to Westminster. We've heard that for a number of years. We've heard it since I've been a councillor. But let's take a moment to remember that in 2009, when this council became under the leadership of the Labour Party, and it's had a Labour executive since then, what's happened since? We've had the note that was left by the previous Labour government that I'm afraid there is no money left. That was what was inherited, and we worked closely with the Liberal Democrats to solve that for 5 years of the last 14 years. But this will be astonishing for some of the Labour members to acknowledge. It was actually the last Gordon Brown government that cut budgets in Kirklees to the level that they're saying that the Conservatives have. We hear a lot about slashed budgets. The Conservatives have done nothing of the sort, unlike Gordon Brown's £42 million budget cut in his final year in office. Anyway, since then, and just to emphasise the point that the government funding has more than doubled since 2004, so that shows that the central government has been committed to providing funding, and it somewhat debunks the myth that we've had the cuts on the level that are being alluded to. So in terms of putting our political biases to one side, I do think it's important we recognise that aside from outside factors, global influences, there are decisions in this town hall that have been made. And actually, the leader of the council over the last year has admitted as such. She's admitted that the council failed to predict their post-COVID income correctly, stating that their assumptions have not fully materialised. Secondly, the council confessed that inadequate or no provision was made for inflation in several budget areas, including waste management, contract, IT contract and children's placement costs. And they've also acknowledged their failure to predict the growing demand for several service areas in last year's budget. In fact, they've admitted their budget didn't reflect the current volumes of activity being experienced by the council at the time that budget was set. So with those admissions in mind and putting into the factors of the global factors I've just mentioned, we need to focus our minds on delivering for residents, getting the basics right, and I'm pleased that there are some positive things to talk about in Kirklees. Delighted that Councillor Davies has been to see firsthand the government investment at the Huddersfield Royal Infirmary recently and the University of Huddersfield. We've got over £1 million worth of levelling up funding across the district on the Penistone line, including the funding in Huddersfield for the market and the regeneration in Dewsbury Town Centre, just to name a few. So to sum that up, that has been a lot of hard work working in collaboration with officers of the council, local MPs. So I'm ending on a positive note. I'm not trying to drag everybody down. Having been a councillor since 2001, this is probably the last time I'm going to have a chance to speak here. And it has been good. 2001. It feels that long. It feels that long. So it has been good to work constructively where possible. But I do think we do need to look a wider picture than just blaming central government. It's a very easy argument to make. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gregg. Councillor Ramsey. Members, can we afford every member the same opportunity to be heard? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's really interesting that you didn't want to support the Labour motion, so I was interested to hear that, Councillor Gregg. Obviously, it's been a very difficult task getting us to a position of being able to put forward a balanced budget, and it is important that we thank everybody involved that's actually got there to achieve it. But it is really important to our residents that we've actually got there. We recognise that our budget still requires significant cost savings, and we're not the only local authority in this position. The news is full of different councils of all colours who are incredibly challenged financially. Here in Kirklees, we do feel particularly aggrieved because this government has deliberately failed and delayed the fair funding review, leaving us with an income, and we've said it before in this chamber, of £69 per person less per year than the average local authority. That's the IFS. I wonder if Buckinghamshire, Cathy, have got that £69 that we don't have. Yeah. So it is a broken system. And to add salt to the wound, last week's research by Grant Thornton told us that councils in north of England are twice as likely to fail financially in the next 12 months as those compared in the south. Clearly, the levelling up agenda of this government never got further than Watford Gap. Equally, the chronic underfunding of adult social care is a known issue, and it's not unique to us. It's not been tackled by the Tories, despite Boris Johnson saying that the government would fix the crisis in social care once and for all. Clearly, there was never a plan, and the promised funding reform has been delayed until 2025. We basically have more people requiring more care, and it's taking us longer, and it costs us more. This increased demand and increased complexity, coupled with the increasing costs, has caused significant pressure. Take, for example, the pressures caused by a 10% increase in the national living wage announced in the autumn statement. It sounds like a substantial increase, doesn't it? But it gets nowhere near the pay that the care sector, nowhere near close the pay the care sector need, so that we can value the work that the staff in that sector do. The council and the sector both aspire to achieve this, but the reality is it's a national problem that needs a national solution. It cannot be right that local councils are left holding the pressures that arise from the combination of nationally determined increases in the national living wage and the failure to follow through on promised social care reform. There has been an uplift in the adult social care budget, but it's insufficient to manage the increased pressures. So we are challenged to deliver significant savings, 12.7 million next year and a further 8 million in 2025-26. We have got plans to deliver those, and there is a robust process in place that's now established to track progress, but it will still be a challenge. I do want to end on a positive note, like yourself, Councillor Gregg. Our services support 21,000 hours of home care per week, 1,200 residential places and 216 nursing places per month, 3,500 hours of reablement per month to around 220 people, of which 80% go on to have no further support or reduced package of care. We are investing in the new purpose-built Dementia Day service in Murfield. We are investing in 2 new day service buildings for people with learning disabilities in North Kirklees. We are increasing the capacity for residential respite. Jointly with the NHS, we are increasing reablement capacity. We are funding Kirklees Carers Association, who support the independent sector. We're investing in Intercare, the award-winning service that supports recruitment into the independent sector. And our new electronic record system has just gone live, and that will better support the work of the frontline staff in adult social care. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Anwar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to first off start by thanking the officers for such an amazing report. Coming to some of the comments and remarks made by members here tonight from all across the chamber, I mean, we go on to see 14 years of austerity by the Conservative Party, but we also have to take some responsibility of huge mismanagement in Kirklees Council. On the 23rd of January 2023, Huddersfield Examiner printed an article where Kirklees Council decided to spend £40,000 on a Christmas tree. The same year, on the 22nd of August, an article which was created by BBC News printed out that they spent £250,000 on high planters, which will be dusted by next year. The reason why this budget tonight is only for a year, because the Labour Party know that come May, there'll be a minority administration after May the 2nd. The only thing in common that Rishi Sunak and the Labour leader share in Kirklees is that they both don't have a public mandate. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Anwar. Councillor Monroe.
Cut members' local budgets by 50%. I believe this cut is too severe. The proposed reduction is in addition to the funds that were clawed back in February this year when the rug was pulled from under our feet and local member funds were frozen without prior warning. In addition, those ward funds were part of an approved budget voted for by this council in last year's budget. In our ward, we have used our funds over the years to support local community groups such as Lepton Link, who organise Lepton Gala and who have also installed defibrillators around Lepton, ALF, who organise the Festive Lights Switch On and the local Scarecrow Festival, Smash Food Share, a local food sharing initiative, who are now also running a pop-up cafe in Almonbury, Ambries, the local community cafe, local charitable sports clubs such as the Woolpack Football Club, Almonbury Cricket Club, Dare to Be Different, Almonbury Bank Residents Group, Tolson Friends Group and Ravensnell Park Gala, and many other resident groups. I have real concerns that we will not have enough money for these fantastic initiatives and groups if the proposed cuts go ahead. It would be a tragedy for our area, and I'm sure other areas as well, if these events and initiatives cannot continue due to a lack of funding. And I therefore request this council consider a reduction of £5,000 only per ward, which means each ward would receive £15,000 per annum. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Monroe. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, another year, another budget, and residents across Kirklees aren't expecting anything less than their council tax to be increased by another 5%. This will be the 10th year in a row that this Labour administration has risen council tax by its maximum, and the Band D charge will have now almost risen by 50% in the last 10 years. However, to be honest, I think the biggest concern, is that residents have is actually the value for money. The council, to be short, is riddled in inefficiency. There's been calls now for the council to create more ambitious efficiency targets, and had the Cabinet taken on board what members have been saying, we probably wouldn't be in this position that we are today. Where we're raising council tax by its maximum, threatening the closures of public buildings, where we're stripping frontline services of adequate funding when they need it the most. Our roads are crumbling, bins don't get emptied, road markings aren't maintained, free parking for towns and villages are set to be scrapped, parking charges are set to be increased, bereavement fees set to be increased, two registry offices to be closed, and we have 250 jobs at risk. I could go on, the list is literally endless. And all yet well, the Cabinet knew that we were heading for financial difficulties over a year ago. Instead of prioritising, they approved £250,000 for some big metal planters in the middle of Huddersfield, £675,000 grant to a private business in Dewsbury, and now propose continued borrowing of up to £250 million for the Huddersfield Cultural Heart Project, all while our villagers, like in my ward of Bursell and Birkinshaw, continue to be neglected by this council. The financial management plaguing Kirklees is nothing short of appalling, and despite repeated warnings and pleas for some form of physical responsibility, the Labour Party has continued down this path of recklessness. The result? Skyrocketing council tax rates that burden hard-working families and communities. But what do we get for these extortionate tax rates? Deteriorating services and roads that look like meteor impact sites. But then, to add insult to injury, the Labour Party refuses to accept responsibility for its own failures. Instead of owning up to their mistakes, they point fingers and attempt to deflect blame down to central government. But residents know the truth. The people in charge of Kirklees and its finances is this Labour administration. Residents across Kirklees have had enough, and the protests over the last couple of months have shown that. Residents are no longer willingly standing by while this Cabinet runs our towns and villages into the ground. It is time for responsible and effective leadership that will turn this council around, get its priorities set straight, and deliver sound, responsible financial management along with quality and efficient public services. And until we have that change of leadership, we'll continue to receive budgets like this one, with maximum council tax rises and maximum cuts. The Labour Party will always remain the same old broken record. Higher taxes, less efficiency. It's your fault, not ours.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think most of the people in this chamber know where the fault lies for the predicament that we're in. And that is with the current government, who have, in real terms, cut council budgets, central funding to councils, to the absolute core. And it's a little bit ironic hearing some of the comments floated about from my colleagues at the opposite side of the chamber, when they talk about a high tax burden, and they are responsible for the highest tax burden since the war. Now, and you can't kid a kidder. And whatever the Chancellor has done today, whatever rabbit has pulled out of a hat, it does not address the underlying issue that you have increased the tax burden to the highest ever. And you've not done it by increasing, you've done it in an obvious way, you've done it in a sneaky way, or the government has done it in a sneaky way. They've done it by not increasing tax thresholds. They've done it by pushing the burden of tax collection to fund local services from general taxation and onto council taxpayers, and in 1,000 different other ways. Net result, massive taxes, starvation of public services. Now, I was also a little bit perplexed by Councillor Gregg's statement that all residents want is the bins emptying and the potholes filling. That's a fraction of what our council delivers. It's a fraction of our statutory obligations. And try telling that to the people who have children at schools, who need adult social care, have housing requirements, to people who benefit from public health initiatives. Are we going to do nothing about the environment? Are we not going to take responsibility for children's services? That is such a disingenuous statement, it beggars belief. During the course of this debate, I've made many scribbles on many bits of paper, and I feel like I could go on for another 10 minutes, but I'm not. I'm going to leave it there and say, I think my Liberal Democrat colleagues understand the position the council is in. We thank the officers for the hard work they've done in putting together a balanced budget. We do challenge some of the individual decisions, but we understand why we are where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 15 more speakers. No, we don't. Moving on to the amendments. As indicated earlier, 3 amendments have been received. Oh, sorry, Councillor Gregg.
Something that's been referred to, attributed to me. If I have said those words that Councillor Smith has said, that it's the only thing that residents are interested to, I'd like to rephrase that. It's actually 2 of the things that are key that residents are very keen about. And it's the 2 things that come up on the doorstep. I just want to clarify that. Of course.
Thank you, Councillor Gregg, for clarifying. We'll now move on to the amendments. As indicated earlier, 3 amendments have been received. Amendments will be moved and seconded consecutively in the order that they were received, after which a debate will take place. We will now move to the Conservative Group amendment. Councillor Taylor.
I'm happy to move the Conservative amendment this evening. I'd like to start firstly by paying tribute to officers that pulled together the budget, as people have already acknowledged, in very, very difficult circumstances with a very, very tight financial envelope. We've heard a lot already about the challenges the Council faces and the impact this will have on our communities. What we need at the moment is a strong and stable administration. Now, where have I heard that term before? So, whilst I wish our leader, Councillor Scott, well, stability isn't something really you could say we've witnessed in the last 12 months. And that hasn't helped the challenges that the Council faces. You know, the turnover of cabinet members, the turnover of committee chairmen, etc., hasn't been helpful. I do reflect sometimes about how this council and its neighbours have performed over the last 10, 15 years. And when we look at our neighbours, if we look at Barnsley with the investment in the town centre, if we look at Wakefield and all of the roads and the infrastructure that they built over the last 10 years, you look at Leeds or Bradford where they built new stations, you look at Halifax and Peace Hall and the developments at Peace Hall, and then you look at Kirklees and see, well, we haven't got anything equivalent. You've got to ask the question, if it was all about austerity, all of those other councils are Labour-run councils that have experienced all the same challenges that we've had. But at some point you have to accept that the things that haven't happened in Kirklees are responsibility of the administration of Kirklees, because what has happened in Barnsley or Halifax or Leeds, the councils there will claim that they were responsible for that. So there is a bit of reflection that needs to be done. However, I want to try and be a little more positive. We've already admitted that it's a very, very tight financial envelope that we're trying to work within. So my group, we spent a lot of time looking at where was there an opportunity for us within that. And that's what our amendment tries to address. We've listened to what residents are telling us on the doorstep when we're doing our jobs as councillors. And I'm sure colleagues across the chamber have had similar experiences. Unlike the Lib Dems and the Greens in their amendments, we recognise that we need to tackle the impact on roads. So we're not prepared to see a reduction in spending on roads, which seems to be a theme for the other amendments. We know that people are concerned about poor driving, speeding, poor parking, challenges outside schools. So what we've proposed is to introduce additional traffic enforcement officers across the district. Now, we also recognise that in our town centres there are challenges around antisocial behaviour, outdoor drinking and issues like that. And again, that's something residents would like to see tackled. So we're proposing to increase the number of public protection officers in our town centres to tackle that. Now, these posts will bring in additional revenue, so that they're actually are cost neutral. They also may be suitable as redeployment opportunities for some of our officers where their roles may be disappearing as a result of this budget. So there are positive things that we can suggest. They are addressing issues that are raised but on the doorstep, and they are contained within our amendment. Another key issue that I hear constantly is around how poor our recycling is. And what we tried to do in our amendment is make some suggestions about how we could possibly improve that. Yeah, acknowledge that the administration has done well in introducing the reuse facility where you can donate things to be reused and sold through the shop in Huddersfield. But to donate something, there's only 2 locations where you can do that. You've got to be able to get to them to do it. So what we're proposing is bringing forward some more community-based donation centres. And what we're looking at is looking at where we already have community assets across the district, where there already is in place a regular collection and delivery service by the council. You won't be surprised that I'm thinking of libraries again, but we have vans that visit the library several times a week, picking up books, dropping off books. It wouldn't be a huge stretch to say, well, they could also pick up some items that people have donated, which would make it easier for people to donate than where currently, if they haven't got the transport, you know, how are they going to get to Emerald Street in central Huddersfield? So we have that. We're also looking at improving and increasing the repair cafe initiative. So again, it's something that people are open to. And what we're proposing is we're looking for 2 wards to nominate themselves, one in the north, one in the south, to act as pilot areas where we can support a community group in getting a repair cafe service up and running. Christmas bin collections has been an issue forever, as long as I've been a councillor, and every year we'll put something in our budget amendment to try and bring back a collection over Christmas. At Christmas is a time when a lot of people, particularly if you've got a largish family, there's a lot of paper and other items that need collecting over Christmas, and actually having that service would help with that. We've also looked at the winter maintenance. We'd love to be able to afford to not cut the winter maintenance service, but we recognise we'll need to. But we put some of the money back in, and we're hoping that that can be used in those areas where they are in slightly higher altitudes, where perhaps there are steeper roads, where there are the more challenges through the winter period. And we've also looked at perhaps reducing the amount of money that this administration wants to bring from car parking charges by not introducing car parking in some of the smaller towns and villages that are already struggling. So we'd like to see that as well. So that's the basis of our proposals. Some of my colleagues will speak more about some of the detail on them, but I'm happy to move that amendment. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor, and reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. We'll now move to the amendment from the Green Group. Can I invite Councillor Cooper to move the amendment?
We wouldn't start from here. No, nobody would start from here. I think it's pretty clear. I've got to say, I agree with Councillor Scott on the evils of austerity. Absolutely. We've got to understand there is no new government cavalry coming to rescue us after the election. A wealth tax on the top 1% could raise £51 billion. Imagine what that could do to transform our public services. After all, taxation is the price that we pay for civilization. You never hear a Tory say that, do you? So, I mean, looking at Labour's spending plans going forward, they slavishly are following the Tory spending plans. So what hope does that give us for the future of public services in Kirklees? Are we going to be in the same position? So is a lot of this... That was my wife. I'll watch out for that. So, I mean, could Kirklees have been led better over the last few years? And would that have made a difference? Well, I think that's true. It doesn't mean that everything was bad in Kirklees. It doesn't mean that things have been run terribly badly, but there were certainly things that could have been done by this administration which would have helped and made things easier. When you raise allotment fees by 600% to reach the average paid by allotment holders in neighbouring councils, and you also raise parking payment fees from a one-off payment of £15 to a yearly fee of £50 per year, to again be in the similar area of other local councils, of course people are going to be angry, but also it means that somehow or other you've let things slip, and that you've had yourself in the position where somehow or other those things are things which are regarded as okay, and have carried on for years and years, and millions of pounds as a result of that have been lost, which could have been used to support and fund local services. On the positive side, I'd like to thank the administration for the reprieve of the dementia care homes at Castle Grange and Claremont House. It was a very traumatic and difficult decision, but I do wonder why we ended up in that position in the first place. Obviously, it was about the finances, but was there a way of us avoiding that and looking at that beforehand? So going to our amendment, I mean, the ward budget thing was the reduction, and I heard Councillor Munro talk about putting more money back in ward budgets. We use our ward budgets in the Newsham ward, and we have not given a penny, I believe, back to the council. That's all been used on local projects. It's not the same everywhere, it's got to be said. And that money is actually quite small in comparison with the whole council budget, but to us, it's the most valuable part of that budget, and the bit that we can use most wisely. And the things that residents see that we were able to do, it's the things that they appreciate the most. And so for the actual confidence in councillors and what councillors do, then those ward budgets should be, I think, maintained. And that's one of the reasons we put more money back in there. When we went down to one grit bin filling for the whole year, that was a big problem for us, and we in some areas would like to do more. Municipal climate bonds. Just want to say a little bit about that before I finish. Municipal climate bonds would give us capital funding at 1% less than Public Works Loan Board's figures, and that would save several £1,000s a year. And so we would like to do that, but also it's a way of involving local people as well in some of the works that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Is that seconded?
Seconded and reserve the right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move to the amendment from the Liberal Democrat Group. Can I invite Councillor Lawson to move the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll begin again with thanks for the help we received from officers. It's always difficult to produce a reasonable amendment, and the tight turnaround times were given as a matter of course nowadays by the Labour administration. It's almost as though they feel as though there's something to gain in ramming everything up to the last minute. Who'd have guessed? I look back on my notes for earlier budget meetings, and of course this has become such a tradition that I'm considering getting cards printed for next year. Maybe happy scrambleness, maybe. You'll be glad to hear I won't be talking for 10 minutes over our amendments, but I do want to give an overview of the motivation behind what we've put forward. There are a couple of old favourites. There are, of course, the sharp-eyed among you will have spotted that area committees, having been thrown out by Labour, will insist on sneaking around the back and trying the doors. There's a reason for that, and this year it seems to me that it's more important than ever that for those wards, we'd say for groups of 3 or more who think they can make it work, that they have a chance to make decisions on local priorities and even ward funding in a public forum. We feel that the ties between the public and the things that happen in their communities are being constantly eroded. As Liberal Democrats, we constantly push for governance and accountability and public influence at the most local level. This has become especially important locally, given that the combined authority has bid to go for further devolution status. Part of that bid is that their scrutiny is reduced to one panel. To our minds, that is totally the wrong direction of travel, and it's clear that a democratic deficit is widening. In short, our simple ask on that one is that we resist local voices falling into the gravity of increasingly distant and larger layers of government. If it's not area committees, then we're going to have to invent something like them pretty sharpish. It's a really good way to walk the walk on the with, not to aspects of local government. We've also proposed a suite of fact-finding or evidence-gathering proposals. People need to know that if, for example, you're going to spend north of £1 million on setting up for new car parking charges and enforcement, that it's going to work. They need to know that it's not going to kill off struggling town centre businesses and restrict access to those who have no other choice than to use their cars. Our pothole measures are designed to provide a more responsive team to tackle holes in a timely manner. It adds to the road safety mandate and will undoubtedly reduce the compensation bill. And Councillor Taylor, the money is not a reduction of the borrowed funds for community roads, it's a reallocation. We wanted to invest in a pothole machine, but we didn't have the time to sniff out the revenue involved, so that wasn't an option this year, alas. So those one-off spends or shorter-term measures are our sprints, if you like, our pilots and reviews. I think the measures that best explain where the Liberal Democrat group feels Kirklees' values should lie are the ones that reallocate money from within the HRA New Homes bonus and the Huddersfield Blueprint. The solar PV and storage on new house building is a win-win for residents, for the authority, as well as being a more efficient in the long term. And I'll let colleagues talk to that in detail. The amount we have reallocated from the Huddersfield Blueprint to what we've called Pride of Place, which aligns with the government's Levelling Up Bill, and simply reallocates borrowing that is deemed affordable elsewhere in the 151 Officers' Report. If we are convinced it's affordable, then we come to one of those areas of choice that I keep banging on about. Do we choose to pour these funds into Huddersfield, or do we scale back and think what's fair? Is it fair that £265 million is spent in Huddersfield and the Towns and Villages project gets, is it 10 million, something like that in total, split however many ways over the next, and we're here in 5, 10, 15 years now, so we're pretty much at a standstill with that kind of investment. No, we can't see that as fair. We want a portion of that money to extend and enhance the Towns and Villages Fund, so for the benefit of those residents, not just of the people in Huddersfield. Elsewhere today, Mr. Hunt cut the national insurance rate brought in by the Liberal government in 1911. National insurance was the instrument to take working people out of unfairness, out of the poor laws, because they were not just, they were not fair. It was the foundation of the NHS. This move weakens an already creaking system and is fundamentally unfair. Another step towards services becoming not needs-led and helping people, but drifting towards becoming a product for sale to those who can afford it. As Liberal Democrats, we have to challenge those things we see as unfair. It's unwaveringly why we got involved in whatever level of activism in the first place. I agreed with the leader the other day that there is only one cake, but again, we have choices about how to cut that cake. Finally, another scrambleness tradition is for us to spot which of our amendments in the administration quietly picks up after the budget is over. We look forward to seeing which ones they will be. Mr. Mayor, I move the amendment and commend it to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Is that seconded?
Second that and reserve the right.
Thank you. All amendments have now been moved and seconded. Are there any comments on the amendments? Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to speak on the Green Party amendment. As befits the fifth largest, or if you prefer the absolute smallest, group on this council, this amendment is modest in monetary terms and rightly so. That being said, the Green Party makes absolutely no mention of, let alone provision for addressing, the scourge of potholes plaguing our roads. To be fair, always fair to the Green Party, they do wish to fill some selected grit bins and would like to spend £1 million on introducing new 20 miles per hour, or perhaps lower, we're not actually told, speed limits around the borough. But in spending this £1 million, they specifically do not wish to prioritise spending on roads shown to be dangerous, seemingly preferring a Welsh-style blanket approach. And this is unsurprising, given the anti-car mindset of this group, but is not, I would suggest, the most effective way of spending scarce money. The Green Party amendment, while short on financial detail, is long on ideological aspirations. Although I see with surprise, genuine surprise, that they introduce doubts about supposedly green power providers. Although I doubt that they've genuinely discovered that many so-called green products seem designed more to justify premium prices than to save the planet. But I do applaud this tiny step towards reality. The problem is, however, that these aspirations look in total to be potentially rather more expensive than the Green Party projections would indicate. Seemingly, having learned nothing from the experiences of Kirklees neighbourhood housing, now reabsorbed into the council, and Kirklees active leisure, which has well publicised issues to address, the Green Party wishes to spend £50,000 on a feasibility study into forming an arm's-length company to provide services to our residents. Ignoring the experiences of a number of councils around the country, all sorts of different colours of administrations, which have embarked on commercial enterprises to their financial ruin, they seek to emulate Oxford City Council, which has effectively privatised most of its service provisions. As a Conservative, I welcome the proto-Marxist Green Party as it moves towards an embrace of capitalist principles, although I doubt that the local trade unions will be so warm. As a realist, I just don't believe that this party has the nous to manage such a major scheme. As a servant of the public, I am opposed to such a risky venture, the more so at a time when the finances of this council are under such tremendous strain. There, Mr Mayor, a feasibility study for the Green Party, which saves the public purse 50 grand. I'm also puzzled by the confident claim in the Green Party amendment that a mere £50,000 will secure the establishment of a local care cooperative to help meet adult social care needs, and this would reinvest surpluses. In recent weeks, some local care providers have left the market. It is not obvious to me that such a cooperative will be easy to incorporate, and there must be doubt about the likelihood of surpluses being generated. Given that no provisions are made for future years, this is again a dangerous gamble in assuming that surpluses will accrue from day one. But, Mr Mayor, all is not doom and gloom here. We have promised Christmas trees for many towns and villages in the borough, but not, for unexplained reasons, this coming municipal year. Not so much jam tomorrow as baubles next year, maybe. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armour. Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments, mainly on the Conservative amendment. Firstly, I'm presuming that Councillor Sheard's earlier speech was a little bit of an ad-lib, because it didn't seem to totally fit with what's in the amendment from what I could see. And particularly, I just wanted to make a point on the council tax. Now, I'm speaking here now from the chair of the, as chair of the Corporate Governance and Audit Committee. I'm really happy that none of the groups put any amendments in that tried to play a political game on that and to reduce the increase in council tax, because what we know is that when we're in such financial difficulty, we cannot fail to raise the revenue that the government is telling us that we must raise. And I think, I don't know whether you were quite saying that, Councillor Sheard, but I think we need to be really clear on that, and I think that's why all of the groups agree on that and understand the imperative in terms of our financial stability and making sure we raise that revenue, so that's really important. The second thing that I just wanted to focus on what Councillor Taylor said when he introduced the amendment was every time he was saying about the lack of investment and how other towns had some investment, I thought, absolutely, that sounds like the right thing to do. And then I look at his amendment where he says he's not persuaded by the blueprint in Huddersfield, which is totally contradicts what he'd said earlier. And this is, I think this is so important that we've got so little levers that we can pull locally in terms of, we don't have the revenue budgets that we want. But there's one thing that we can do is do some capital investment, not just that is capital investment that we all might like in our wards or whatever, because we all would want that, but actually can bring in investment into the area that can, through that investment, and can naturally improve the lives of our constituents, our residents, through better jobs, just having better social lives and places to go. I think that's really, really important. So I just don't understand why the Conservative group aren't supporting that on the basis of how the amendment was presented. The third thing was, I haven't read all of the government budget today, but I'm presuming that on the roads and the potholes, we don't need to worry about that, because we've got all this millions, billions, whatever it was from HS2 that's going to solve every single problem in transport and road infrastructure. So I'm sure that money's coming. I don't think that part of the amendment is necessary. So we'll wait with bated breath on that one. And that's all I want to say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At the risk of repeating myself, what I am about to say is in the context that we've set out previously of why we are in the position that we are in. And it comes down to how we, as Councillor Lawson said, how the cake is sliced. We are looking at a smaller cake, but there are a few choices which are addressed in the Liberal Democrat amendment, which we feel address some of the issues in the budget that unfairly target sections of the community with increased charges, such as those who require residential permit parking charges, impact on our high streets and small local businesses through the introduction of and increase to parking charges, seek to centralise services at the expenses of our towns and villages, and tackle some of the challenges with our waste management service and address the scourge of fly tipping. Also, a couple of observations, really. I agree with Councillor Cooper in his comments on the ward budgets. And I welcome the acknowledgement from some of my colleagues on the Conservative benches that there is actually severe financial pressure, even if they will not acknowledge the underlying cause. I'm a little bit perplexed that if, as stated earlier, that the Conservatives believe that there is massive inefficiency within the council, why their budget seeks to still support a 5% rise rather than reducing the council tax and getting all those inefficiency savings back to reduce council tax bills and improve services. I think it's been articulated by other colleagues, not everything has been perfect all the time. I don't think that the council overall has been particularly badly run, and I don't think that's the cause for the underlying issues. There are opportunities, as Councillor Cooper says, which have been missed. And I'd just like to focus in on a couple of areas of our amendment. The first one being the ward budgets. Again, as Councillor Cooper says, in Lindley, we spent all of our ward budget, as we do every year. And I would agree with Councillor Cooper's comments that that ward budget is so important to us as councillors. It gives us the ability to connect and reach some of the parts that the council services cannot reach and will benefit our residents directly and have a direct positive impact on their lives. So our amendment doesn't seek to restore that completely. We've tried to find a balance. We've asked for the cut to be halved from a £10,000 cut to a £5,000 cut, giving us £15,000. And we can't begin to express, particularly in Almonbury and Lindley, what a difference that would make to us and our residents. I'd also like to draw your attention to parking charges and particularly residential permit parking charges. And again, in Lindley, this is a particular issue. We've got HRI in our area and we have many streets and many residents who are going to be impacted by these, frankly, exorbitant cost rises. I understand that the service may be underpriced at the moment, but the current proposals for an average family with maybe a couple of cars who need a visitor's permit as well, they're looking at what is effectively a 10% rise in their council tax bill. And it just seems unfair and regressive to me, and I think there is an opportunity to look at that again and see what we can do to increase the cost of the service to cover the actual charges which are incurred in administering the scheme, and then look to improve, to increase that revenue gradually over time rather than hitting those residents with a big bang. Those residents as well, by and large, they're in terrace properties, the people on more modest incomes, and they are some of the people who will be already feeling more than others the pressures from inflation and the cost of living crisis that we're all faring. So I would urge the council to reflect very carefully on that. The other nugget which I bring back every year is...
we won't get to it, unfortunately.
Okay.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to speak against the Conservative amendment here. At our last meeting, we spoke about 50 years of Kirklees and authority. I don't think there's too many in the room who remember its predecessor in Huddersfield Corporation, but this area was pioneering and led the way in showing the world what local government could be and what it can achieve. We were the first council-operated tramway in the country, the first publicly owned gas and electricity supplies. Some of the first council housing in the country was built right here, and we renewed our town centres. Where Huddersfield led, others followed, and we certainly have a history to be proud of. Again, this is what a council could achieve. But as we gather here today, there is only one question we're asking. What can the council afford to do? It's repeated every year, but it must be that we have lost 60% of our funding over the past 14 years. That's 200 million gone year after year. Why? Gone from leading the way to fighting for our very survival in a matter of decades. Why? I'll tell you why. It's because we have a Conservative government that does give a damn about our home, all the people in it. But this government isn't blind to that. They are consciously aware of what they have done to local authorities up and down the country. The government has produced a list of local authorities who will receive extra financial support to help them out of the pit that they've been pushed into, the brass neck of it. Is Kirklees on this list? Are families in Kirklees worthy of this benevolent Tory government's help? No. And I am baffled, again, by the local Conservative group. Right now, we have Conservative literature going out wanting to split Kirklees, a dead horse they've been flogging for well over a decade now. It seems Tory councillors in Corn Valley are unhappy with councillors in the north influencing this council. Yet I look at the Conservative group's amendment, which is proposed by 2 councillors from North Kirklees. Clearly taking the lead from the National Party, they don't know what the left arm doesn't know what the right arm is doing. Last year, Councillor Taylor made the laughable claim that local Tories were ambitious for our borough. Where is your ambition? Like any remaining credibility your party had, it's evaporated.
Councillor Hawkins, I do apologise for interrupting you. There seems to be a group having a picnic over here. Could you please be respectful, allow all members to have their say without interruption? Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yet again, your amendment is proposing scaling back the Huddersfield blueprint. We're here trying to retain the ambition for the heart of our district, despite all the challenges we're facing. Even Councillor Lawson mentioned that Huddersfield is irrelevant. That cut quite deep, John, did that? That hurt me a little bit. Be parochial if you want, but the future of our entire district depends on our major towns, like Huddersfield, being renewed just like they were all those years ago. But instead, the Tories want our district to resemble their government, spinning its wheels, going nowhere and stuck in the past. That's your ambition for Kirklees. How will they pay for the other proposals in their amendment? Again, by taking a leaf out of their National Party's playbook, attacking trade unions who represent council officers, attacking workers' rights and defunding support to the very people who deliver every single service in this council, making working people pay the price. Shame on you. We also have some members who speak more to the Examiner than they do in this chamber, who claim to be independent voices. They whinge and moan about how their areas are forgotten and they aren't listened to. Well, this is your chance. We're all here, we're all listening. This is the most important council meeting of the year. Put your amendments in, let's hear your ideas. Judging by the blank space here for where the independent amendment should be, I take it you've got no ideas and care more about posturing than you do about helping your residents. Everyone in this chamber knows the severity of the crisis we face. Meeting after meeting, we've heard about leisure centres and we've heard about care homes at risk from relatives in tears. Charges for council services are rising and others are being reduced. We all know that no part of this council will be untouched by this budget. The barrel of savings has well and truly been scraped. Decades ago, we've seen what local councils can be and what they hope they can be on such a scale again. Engines for change in our local communities. Today, despite everything that's been thrown at the council, we have shown we can still lead the way from this council's response to the pandemic to our award-winning approach to tackling the climate emergency. But like the cost of living, mortgages, NHS, housing and mental health, to name but a few, local government is facing a national crisis which requires national solutions. The current Tory government is the architect of these crises. There can be no solutions and no hope for Britain as long as they remain in power. So let's get this budget through, let's get this government out, and let's deliver for the people of Kirklees with our government rather than in spite of it. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
The budget amendment for the Conservative group. I'm not a North Kirklees councillor. I represent Kirkburton ward, which is in the south, which is in Huddersfield. So just a point of personal explanation. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Richard Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've always enjoyed listening to Councillor Cooper and his speeches. I don't always agree with them, but I'm finding myself agreeing with him a little bit more when he starts talking about Tories not agreeing with tax cuts and the appalling way that this council is run. So maybe he's coming around to my way of thinking. I'm going to speak about our amendments and really be quite specific on 2 points in our amendment. So the residents in my ward contact me and my ward colleagues quite regularly to express their displeasure at how badly this council is run by the Kirklees Labour Group. The largest number of these concerns, by quite some margin, is the state of our roads. I love vehicles. I like cars and motorbikes. And I've driven all over Europe many times. And I have to say, I'm fairly confident wherever I've been, I haven't been anywhere that has as many potholes as Kirklees. And I'm not just talking about minor roads. I'm talking about the main arterial routes. I'm talking about the roads that link our main towns, those that we access the motorway network from. I'm pretty certain that residents in Kirkburton ward would support the Conservative amendment that seeks to address these terrible potholes and includes a feasibility study into new ways of repairing roads. The second other major concern raised with me is the lack of adequate winter maintenance programmes, which again the Labour administration is removing. This is short-sighted and it affects the area that I represent disproportionately. because we have many more higher exposed roads in the smaller, more urban wards nearer to town centres. I therefore suggest that the Conservative amendment addresses both of these issues and demonstrates how, if we were successful in forming an administration, we would look to spend more taxpayers' money on what matters to the residents in Kirkburton Ward. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm a bit stuck for words after that last little speech, I'm afraid. But I'll stick to what I was planning to say and try not to be diverted. I mean, I do recognise that the Conservative group must have had a difficult time, actually, trying to put forward some sort of amendment to our budget tonight, because they're suffering just the same way as we are, as a result of their government and their decisions. But that really doesn't account for the naivety of the amendments that have been put forward by the Conservative group tonight, and the things that have been said earlier and just now in that speech. One of the biggest budgets that has been cut, percentage-wise, that has been cut since 2010 is the highways budget. There's hardly anything left of it in comparison to 2010. So it's not surprising about the potholes, etc., of struggling to have some priority over what we have to give to children, adults with vulnerable adults, and I could go on and on. So it isn't about mismanagement of this council, or any other council for that matter. I mean, it's already been said, but right across the country, all councils are suffering to a greater or lesser extent, and of all colours, they're all suffering. The only ones that aren't are those that have got Oxford Street providing business rates in the middle of their, within the middle of their borough. They're doing all right, thank you very much. And the ones with large houses which can afford to pay a lot more, or have to pay a lot more council tax than the smaller houses that we have got in our area. So that's one of the differences in terms of how much we're actually funded by. Which brings me to the point about council tax. As it's already been said, we are expected to put up the council tax by as much as we can, because the government take that into account when deciding what they are actually going to give us. So what if we hadn't done that over all the years that the Tories have been asking us to not put up the council tax? We'd be in a far worse position now than we are if we'd not put up the council tax. So, I mean, I'm really sorry that we have had to put the onus on our residents to make up for the council, for the government's failings. But it's that is the situation. And talking of government failings, if Hunt hadn't been messing around and mismanaging, and I'm not going back to Liz Truss or anything like that, if he hadn't just recently been mismanaging the way he's put the budget together for the government, I mean, suddenly throwing 600 billion at local authorities, when we've already more or less made up our minds or decided what should be in our budgets. How do you then equitably spend that sort of money? And the Housing Support Fund, only today has he actually said that we're going to get 6 months worth. And guess what? There are organisations in this borough that have already had to make people redundant as a result of the failure to say that he was going to continue that fund. That's mismanagement, total mismanagement. So I'm afraid the Conservatives' amendment, it's all fanciful. I mean, how can you say we're going to have public protection officers at nil cost? There has to be some initial cost, for goodness sakes. And where are you going to find the savings from? Even if they do result in savings elsewhere, how do you apportion that? That's not a good budget strategy. How on earth do you do that? It's just, as I say, it's fanciful. Christmas bin collections. Are you going to change the contract we've got with the waste service? Metro cards. How do you know how much is going to be we're going to be able to glean from developers from Section 106 in the next month, let alone the next year. It's fanciful, total fantasy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Bolt.
Decrying the Conservative amendment, she hadn't bothered to read it. How do we hope to fund the civilian enforcement officers? Both of these proposals will contribute to the safety of our residents and will cover their own costs. It's there in black and white, Mr. Mayor, if they choose to read it. Mr. Mayor, I rise to support the Conservative budget amendment and to speak in part about how the £12.3 million which Kirklees receives each year from Murfield residents is misspent. In doing so, Mr. Mayor, I must pay tribute to the many community groups and volunteers in Murfield who have stepped up to maintain Murfield with the reduction in support from Kirklees. Groups like Murfield in Bloom and Ruth Edwards, nationally recognised for their slogan, "Love your neighbourhood," enthusing people to take pride in the area they live and look after the streets and environment where Kirklees is failing to do so. Friends of Murfield Library, organising numerous events supporting the community, but now facing the sword of Damocles as Labour pull the plug on staffing and support funding for this successful community hub. Mr. Mayor, if any members want to know who is supporting Murfield Library, Sir Patrick Stewart is online saying the wonderful support that he's had from the library as he grew up. What happened to him, I wonder? Mr. Murfield, Save Murfield is another community group, and the redoubtable Cheryl Tyler, who have risen like a phoenix from the ashes and now stand ready to defend our communities against rapacious developers, again the Balderson Hall Fields development, Mr. Mayor, which Kirklees Labour put in their unitary development plan and for 30 years since have kept bringing back until they find a developer who will succeed. Murfield will resist them, Mr. Mayor. I note the Labour group, though, in some part, are emulating our hard-working volunteers, but only partially. They seem to have a voluntary, if unelected, and that was a point made earlier, position of Chief Whip. But, Mr. Mayor, this is not an efficiency move, as they still retain the paid role for which they receive an allowance. So what does the Chief Whip actually do? And if there is a Chief Whip, are there other whips? As I mentioned earlier, our budget would allow ward members to consult their communities to sympathetically bring forward sustainable land for development, something which would see a benefit, sustainable land where we can do things without impacting roads too much and where we can have high energy efficiency systems. New methods of road repairs is something that we are bringing forward, Mr. Mayor, and I'm surprised that Councillor Hawkins is not supporting our budget amendment. As when he and I joined residents on the B618, Mr. Mayor, one of the key routes in Kirklees, we saw defects and deficiencies. We saw road repairs which weren't even, were hardly dry and were already failing. We need to have an efficient road repair system, Mr. Mayor. We propose giving our communities greater support with the civilian enforcement officers that we've mentioned. These can address those antisocial scourges of illegal and inconsiderate parking around schools, littering, dogfouling and fly tipping, which we in Murfield, Mr. Mayor, through the lowest precepting and taxing authority in Kirklees, proposed several times, but which were blocked by the officers in Kirklees. We had a costed system. We could have been doing this, Mr. Mayor, but it wasn't allowed. Moving, Mr. Mayor, Section 106 has been talked about, and Councillor Pattison again questioned how this can work. Take a look at Leeds City Council, an area in which I work, Mr. Mayor. Unlike Kirklees, Leeds adopted the Community Infrastructure Levy, and communities there, such as Morley, are benefiting greatly from money coming down. But also they have a far more proactive Section 106 mechanism, where the officers talk with the members and have systems in place so that there's money there for open spaces, for road repairs and other things, and ward members can draw that down as an efficiency instead of the bureaucratic system that we have here. There are ways to improve, Mr. Mayor, and the Conservative budget amendment gives you them.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to support the Liberal Democrat amendment, but I will also have something to say about the Labour budget, because the two are connected, obviously. Now, I represent Cleckheaton and have done for nearly 30 years, as it happens. And one of the issues that I get constantly told to me by people is, how do I get to Huddersfield? And I will be honest about this. There are people in my area who have probably never been to Huddersfield because it's so difficult to get to. And that is, I mean, I mention this because that is an important point. I know we're talking about bus services, but I'm not really aware of whether the council over the years has tried lobbying either the bus companies or WICA or the PTE as it was to try and improve the bus services between these areas. And that would, well, it might foster a bit more togetherness, if nothing else. Because one of the problems with Kirklees, and I'm sure most members here have realised this, is that this borough consists of a lot of relatively small communities. And in some cases they don't get on very well with the communities around them. But be that as it may, somehow or other, the council has got to ride over all of that and provide services that are fair, and I use that word, that's an important word to me, fair to everybody. And I am going to mention Cleckheaton Town Hall. Councillor Turner would probably wish that I didn't, but we have a town hall that's been closed for 2 years, awaiting surveys as to what could be done with it. I ought to point out that this is one of the best money makers, or has been one of the best money makers the council has got from lettings. I didn't say it was the best, I said it's one of the best, because it does a lot of work in putting on shows for local people, which will get income for the council. And then there is a proposal to have car parking charges. Well, that set off all sorts of hairs running amongst the local business community, because they, naturally enough, having lost all the business from the town hall, are now worried about people having to come into the town and pay to park where they don't at the moment. And just one small anecdote: somebody said to me when I was going around talking to business people, that some of their workers had to come to work in the car because the bus services weren't good enough. And you know, it's a continual circle, that sort of thing. And I am well aware of the financial position that the council is in, and I appreciate a lot of the things that the ruling group has been trying to do in this budget, because it's got very little room for manoeuvre. I look upon our amendment as a way of making it a bit better, and I think that I'm sure some of you will privately maybe agree that that's what we've been trying to do. And I hope that even if you don't support it, that you will think, as Councillor Lawson said a bit earlier, you might want to nick some of the things out of it if you think that they're any good. So that's I don't mind that. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, I'm told. So that would be a good thing. I just want to make one small comment that Councillor Taylor made about Wakefield and all the development that's going on there compared with here. I don't know whether it's escaped his notice, but Wakefield's got a lot of development sites, a lot of housing sites and other developments.
from which they may possibly be able to get quite a lot of Section 106 money to improve the roads around the town. And of course, we haven't got a lot of that source at any rate. So we have to raise the money ourselves rather than get developers to help pay for it. Developers can be quite useful sometimes, and especially when they contribute towards the development of your town. But I appeal for support for the Liberal Democrat motion. Yes, see what happens. Thank you.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I was going to miss CBeebies bedtime stories tonight with my youngest daughter. I needn't have worried because Councillor Patterson is right. What we have over here is a story completely of fantasy and fiction. I shouldn't have worried at all, really. In fact, I think one of the lines in the Conservative Group amendment that I initially had some sympathy for, but as Councillor Taylor explained a little bit more, I think I've seen in the episode of Molly and Mac, where vans that go to libraries with books are to start delivering used furniture to libraries. That just makes no sense whatsoever, and I'm sure it's an episode of Molly and Mac. It makes no sense whatsoever for this council to start doing work like that. I can't imagine anybody's being consulted about that, the people driving those vans, if those vans really exist, and do those workers really want to start lugging around furniture into the back of vans and taking them to libraries? That's how I heard it. I don't think that will work at all, Mr. Mayor. The other area of confusion for me, and I think Councillor Holman first referred to this, is although, yes, we've seen some really good developments by Labour councils in Barnsley, Wakefield, Leeds and Halifax, and this administration, as far back as 2012-13, sought to start including money in budgets for Huddersfield and Dewsbury Town Centre action plans. And we made a lot of noise about that because we lobbied hard about that. It's really important that we did that. Yet I hear from the Tories tonight how we've missed an opportunity to invest in our town centres over the year. We've missed the boat. Other areas have been developing their towns ahead of us. Yet I'm minded of the Tory group amendment in 2016 where they wanted to withdraw 10 million from the Huddersfield Town Centre Action Plan. And they wanted to withdraw 5 million from the Dewsbury Town Centre Action Plan. In 2018, they sought to withdraw 1.5 million from the Capital Investment Plan in town centres. And in 2019, they sought to withdraw another 7 million from the Town Centre Action Plan's capital plan. So from a group that talks about wanting to protect our town centres, invest in town centres, actually the record shows that these Tories to my right have got no interest at all in protecting our town centres or even our village centres either. I agree, Councillor Smith. I think potholes are an issue, but I think as we've heard, every time we report a pothole, it gets fixed. We don't have any issues in our ward about that. And I can only assume, rather than driving around the cities of Europe, counting potholes, you might report a few potholes in your ward, Councillor Smith. Maybe get more fixed that way. Unless maybe someone's angling for a trip to Milan to look at their fandangled way of filling potholes, I'm not so sure. Again, some sympathy with Councillor Ball. Weekly bin collections over the Christmas period on paper sounds like a fantastic idea, and we've seen it from amendments in the past. And you talked about larger families maybe needing that provision. My family's a family of 5, 3 children and a dog called Jim, and we manage just fine. We manage absolutely just fine. There's a provision to allow 2 extra bin bags at Christmas and the next collection, and that provision works really well. Yeah, and it meets our needs. We obviously recycle all the wrapping paper. We'll look after that. Goes in the green bin. Jobs are good, and I don't really see an issue with needing to do that weekly bin collection over Christmas. Just some context. I think again, Councillor Holwood kind of alluded to this really. That it's good to see that members across the chamber are agreeing that we need to raise our council tax levels this year. It's just a shame that we didn't have that collective agreement in previous years to do that. Because at the same time that our revenue support grant has been reduced over the last 10, 15 years by about £200 million. Considerable amount of money given the size of our budget. The income that we've had from council tax between 2011 and 2022 was almost 100 million. So you want to start stripping 100 million out of services on top of the 200 over the last 12, 13 years, this council would be a shadow of itself, an absolute shadow of itself. There wouldn't be the money for the potholes, there wouldn't be the money for the libraries, there wouldn't be the money that were invested in adult social care and children's services, etc., the things that we deem to be important. Those are considerable amounts of money. The pay awards themselves, which are absolute right to give our staff the right pay awards that they need to be able to, buy the things they need in this cost of living crisis. Over the last 3 years, that's cost this administration 25 million. And people don't ignore that, or they're just conveniently not aware of that. But these are the correct things that a responsible administration like this will spend its money on. We'd love to spend more money on potholes and road resurfacing, but it's much more right and proper that we pay our pay awards as set out by the NJC. And it's right that over the last 6 years we've increased our budget in the children's services by about 58 million. And it's really good to see how we build in 2 new specialist provisions for young people. And although there'll be lots of drivers that are happy to see potholes repaired, that would be insignificant compared to the families that benefit from having their children in specialised educational provision. What that does for families and those young people is beyond the benefit that any pothole can offer anybody. It's invaluable, and this administration takes care of that kind of stuff. So I hope that, given the context, and I should mention, I forgot to mention this actually, Mr. Mayor, as I'm running around a bit, the Tories had sought to freeze or remove council tax rises.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Unfortunately, you've gone over
20,
time.
21, 22,
Councillor
23.
Thompson, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Got to try to stick to topic, which might be a novelty on tonight's performances. I would like to thank the leader, though, for managing to rehash David Shear's and Shabir Pandor's speech that they've been performing the same thing for the last 12, 14 years. Slight amendments to it, but fundamentally exactly the same speech. A couple of corrections, if I could. One thing is reference to big bad central government and the decimation of local boroughs because of it. I don't know whether you've noticed and you've read anything other than Socialist Weekly or whatever it is that you're reading at the moment, but Europe and US and Canada are going through exactly the same situation that the UK is going through. And guess what? Most of those countries are run by socialist governments. But I'm glad to also say that quite a few of them, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Sweden, Germany, are at the moment either ousting or in the midst of ousting their socialist governments. But hey-ho, we have to stick to our knitting, which is berating the UK government, which obviously is a tradition. The other thing was, a correction was about HS2. I know that it has been a disaster, and ever since Gordon Brown announced it when he was Prime Minister, and it hasn't got any better since. But, sticking to topic, well, yeah. Well, it is novel. I wanted to talk about sustainable economy in small towns and reference it to car parking in small towns as well. And I want to be very specific reference to my hometown and the adjacent town of Birstall. So, sustainable economy in small towns. I think we've seen in our small town one project that was under the banner of environmental, and that was to regenerate a local roundabout. That started 2.5 years ago, and we have just
last night between the hours of 7 p.m. and 12 p.m, got the white lines finished on that roundabout that has taken exactly 2 years and 6 months to undo the mistakes, redo, and finally get compensation from a developer that was not project managed correctly, and get it finished yesterday evening. So what we've got in our ward is one project, as far as sustainable economy is concerned, finished. But what we do want to do then is talk about car parks, 4 of them in Birstall, with potential charges. And then you look at the budget and you look at the cost of even parking meters and parking facilities upgraded of £390,000. We have no indication of how much money it's going to cost us to complete this. We've no idea of the ongoing costs. But we are adamant that it's going to take place, because the comments that I get back from officers is that they and we as a council will review the car parking charges, and maybe the downfall of some of the smaller businesses or downturn in turnover because of it, but retrospectively, so the damage will be done in these small towns that get no benefit from the council apart from A, higher council tax, and B, unmade roads, but they will see a downturn in the economy of those small businesses because of the potential of car parks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Howler-Davis.
Thank you. I'm right in support of the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. We've got balanced, practical ways in it to improve the lives of all our residents, all wards. In particular, I want to speak about the proposals on waste collections. There are 2 proposals in there. They're not rubbish, and it's more than just Christmas collections. They have real impact and would help reduce ongoing costs to the service as well. Firstly, the proposal to reduce the cost of bulky waste collections, in particular for Kirklees passport holders. Those who can least afford the service have least access to transport to take their own bulky waste to the tips. They're the most tempted to fly tip. They're also the most vulnerable to rogue traders and rogue waste collectors, who then go on to fly tip in the lovely spots in our wards and everywhere. So this proposal will reduce the unsightly environment, and it will also reduce the associated collection costs. Also, the amendment proposes to correct the effect of staff recruitment freeze that we've had recently within the area, and address the shortfall in officers who deal with the waste collection issues, so that self-reporting works and is dealt with promptly by the residents, reducing their frustration, reducing that work to us and all that escalation, so it's dealt with at the right level and it's dealt with fairly, quickly and efficiently for everybody. And while I'm on it, I'll just talk a plea about the ward budgets. These are vital local funds. They have a direct impact on local residents. We support local groups, we support food banks, we support the things that help local residents and help themselves and provide the things that they see on a day-to-day basis where they live and around us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I'm sure I heard Councillor Thompson said that America was getting rid of its socialist government. I will have to reappraise my position as a socialist in that case, because Joe Biden seems very, very distant to myself. Anyway, Conservative amendments. Councillor Taylor admits he signed this off, and he said, we would therefore remove the provision for event space so that more immediate revenue needs can be funded. Then he tells us that Halifax has got a wonderful event space. I go to the Peace Hall on a regular basis, John. In fact, if you've not been, on the 21st of August, I'm going to see the Pixies. If you want, you can come and join me in the mosh pit and see how wonderful an event space it is. Also, what it does is it generates loads of income for Calderdale, because what they do, they charge till 7 o'clock when the doors open.
So they're pocketing a significant amount of money from people who go into the event space that goes in the council coffers that pays for spaces, pays for services. And you're saying we shouldn't do that. So which is it? Either they're doing it well or we're doing it bad. Which, I don't know. I was just a tad confused with that. And you also should know that that's prudential borrowing. It cannot be funding for revenue because it's prudential borrowing. So that line in the amendment, as far as I'm concerned, is nonsense. And like Councillor Homewood and Donovan referred, I'm a bit confused by all that, but you referred to as having a stable cabinet. So the average lifetime of a current Prime Minister is 2.8 years. The previous leader of the group was here for much longer than 2.8 years, and I anticipate the current leader will be here much longer than 2.8 years as well. The average time a housing minister spends in office in the last 14 years is 8 months. We've had 16 housing ministers since 2010. We know, every single one of us here, every single person in the country, we have a national housing crisis. And yet, they barely get the mug out of the cup and get a cup of coffee made before they moved out. No wonder we have a housing crisis. That's not stable. Good grief. And I knew this had come up, so I did a bit of research, because somebody said, oh, we left a note that the money was all gone. So I thought, nah, somebody's going to mention that. So I did a bit of research this afternoon after watching the really, really tedious, boring budget that got nobody nowhere. So at 2 p.m, this country, national debt was increasing at the rate of £5,170 per second. It currently stands, well, it's gone up a bit now, hasn't it, at 47.69 per citizen, and £82 per taxpayer. Whilst we've been sat here arguing over technicalities of who's right and who's wrong, the national debt has increased by £55 million, and it's going up again, look. So we left you with no money. We left the country with no money. At that point, the national debt was 75% of the GDP. As of today, it's 95%, and it's predicted to go up to 97% in the next 2 years. We are the party. We are the government in waiting. We are the party that will drive economic growth in this country, as will this cabinet, as will this council. It's time for an election.
Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a few points to correct some of the obvious problems with some of the arguments that have come up from particularly from the Labour benches tonight, which we were expecting. A lot of them have talked about austerity. So I'm going to mention austerity as well. Yeah, austerity. And you remember why austerity was brought in? Because we had a Labour government that went out in 2010 that was massively overspending. And in the 2010 election, believe it or not, a majority of voters voted for parties whose manifesto was to bring in austerity. And that was the Conservatives and, of course, the Liberal Democrats. So we're all looking a different way now because they don't like thinking about it. Yeah, they're slinking under the thing. So there was a reason for it. Because if you're massively overspending and overspending, you can't continue doing it. You've got to rein it back. Well, this is what austerity was about. And Councillor Turner as well goes on about, earlier went on about 5%. We acknowledge we can't come in below 5% this year. I mean, just look at the shape of the budget. It would be foolish this particular year to come in under 5%. We can't do it. Nobody's going to be able to do that. So let's put the cards on the table. But it's not due to government funding. It's due to mismanagement. It's due to this lot. Because if you think about it, in 2010, Labour were in charge here. And they thought Labour were going to win the election, right? They really thought Labour were going to win the election. I bet they all had money on it. I can see them smiling now. I bet they had money on it. And unfortunately, Labour lost. And they suddenly realised there wasn't going to be any money. But what they didn't do is start adapting, start finding the efficiencies, start doing things differently. In 2015, the Labour group, I bet you they had money on what's it called? big ears, winning Labour the election in 2015. Miliband, that's him, Miliband. They were certain Miliband was going to win the election. They were all saying, when we get a new Labour government, and of course, because they all thought there was going to be a change of government, we were going to give them loads more money. They didn't do anything then either. So that takes it to around 15. We then got the pandemic in the way. Well, I mean, nobody can predict that. But the fact is, the government spent billions and billions and hundreds of billions of pounds keeping people in jobs. Keeping people in jobs during the pandemic. Yeah? And it's, well, of course it was. Yeah. Yeah, it was saving jobs and saving lives. Of course it was both. Yeah? We could have not done furlough and just let people sit at home not getting paid, but we didn't. Furlough time. And that racked up debt. It's bound to, isn't it? You're bound to increase debt when things like that are going on. So we got lots of money from the government for that. And what that did is mask the underlying problem, which is that there's a Labour cabinet we're overspending all this time. When that money fell out, we've got this awful scenario where in 1 year we were 34 million behind, then we were 47 million behind. It's to do with missed opportunities, unwise decisions, and really just downright negligence by successive cabinets in Kirklees of its duties. And then we've got a succession of Huddersfield Labour MPs waxing on about how much money they're proud of spending in Huddersfield. And is it any wonder that people in the north of this borough, particularly, are absolutely pig sick of seeing their facilities cut and the services reduced? And then we've got Councillor Homewood and Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Turner all going on waxing about, oh, we're so proud, we're spending all this money in Huddersfield, and we should be spending more and more and more. And Councillor Turner says, oh, well, it's capital, you can't spend it on revenue. But by the time the event space down here that you want to build is going to be built, that will be costing this council £8 million per year in revenue because you've borrowed the money to build it. £8 million per year in revenue. So that's £8 million you're not spending on looked after children, adult services, road repairs. It comes directly from that budget. And hardly any of us will see any benefit to that because a lot of us don't come. I only come to Huddersfield to work. I don't shop here, don't come here. I mean, because a lot of people don't from the north of the borough. And then Councillor O'Donovan rides to the rescue, and you know, this is a Dewsbury councillor. He's saying, oh yes, we're spending all this money in Huddersfield. You know, and we've got Labour councillors here that represent Batley, Dewsbury, Heckmondwike, and they all seem to be absolutely gung-ho for spending all this money in Huddersfield while the residents see the services reduced. So just to finish off, Mr Mayor, all the developments in our amendment have been raised frequently by residents. I sometimes think whether Labour actually have your group meetings in a dark room and don't talk to anybody. 35 Labour members and a dog called Jim, all in a dark room, just not listening to anybody at all and not listening to residents. But in the Conservative amendment, we've got developments there which are popular, they're costed, they are affordable, they have been passed by the officers, and I can't wait for you lot to vote against them.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Safdar.
We are where we are today. Councils across the country are struggling with bankruptcy because of unprecedented, wasteful spending by this oligarch Prime Minister. It's a bit rich, the party opposite there, lecturing council leaders, councillors across this country, when 200 million is wasted on this failed Rwanda policy. The barges have cost hundreds of millions of pounds. Fraud waste, 26 billion. Those billions could have been spent on saving our services. Services run by councillors across this country who are desperate to help especially children, disabled children across this country. And also, let's not forget the Brexit divorce bill. The Brexit divorce bill. The country want to reverse Brexit, but the party opposite want to carry on with this ideological, bankrupt, morally bankrupt policy. Now, I have sympathy with colleagues who are running councils across the country. And for the avoidance of doubt, let me talk about test and trace for 1 minute. G20 European countries like Germany spent billions less on their test and trace programmes. There's been unprecedented levels of waste. So it's a bit rich for the arsonists, the friends of the arsonists, to come along with a faulty fire extinguisher to put out the fire. The Conservatives have set fire to our economy following their failed Brexit policies, and that's cost billions. And those billions could have been spent on councils like this who are struggling with children's services, who are struggling with unprecedented rises in food bank usage. We need a change of government. We need a coalition of progressive parties to fight the Conservative austerity. No more austerity. Let's unite for a better Britain. Thank you.
Guys, will be as long as it takes, so if you wish to have a conversation, please go outside. Councillor Kendrick is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Kendrick, we've got a number of people stood up if they want to take the seats. Councillor Kendrick, thank you.
Thank you. It is no surprise that people on the doorstep say things like Christmas bin collection, parking around schools, and so on. And we all hear that. And people then say, I don't get any benefit from the council apart from those things. They don't get any benefit from the council. I assume they never went to school here. Are they all incomers? And they don't get any benefit from the council until they need a place for a child with special educational needs. They don't get any benefit from the council until their mother, their father, their grandmother, their grandfather needs care at home to support them. They don't get any benefit from this council until they become ill or disabled and need care at home. They don't get any benefit from this council until a relative or friend has dementia and needs a care home. They don't get any benefit from this council until a child is seen to be vulnerable and at risk and needs care. They don't get any benefit from this council until a young person goes missing. How many times do we see on Facebook some child, young person is missing, and there's all these hearts and flowers things come on. Oh, I hope they're found soon. Who the hell do they think is sorting it out? This council, along with the police, do that. And, you know, to say, oh, a Christmas bin collection is of more importance is an insult. To say parking round school, it is a pain in the neck, it's a problem in every ward, but it isn't a priority. And as for talking about the previous Labour government overspending, by God, this Conservative government are masters at it. They've demonstrated how to do it in spades. Thank you.
Councillor Marchington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will stick to the Liberal Democrat amendment. If this time I might speak about some of the broader issues. One of the things that people have mentioned is that because with the financial constraints, we're missing opportunities. And I want to start out with one of the opportunities we really ought to be taking, that's solar PV and battery systems on all new build council houses. It's from the HRA, it's not a burden on the council taxpayer, it's proven technology. It's so proven that actually the current government's actually proposing putting solar panels on farm buildings. And if we can afford to do that, then we can afford to put it on new council homes. It will, by putting a battery system in, you can probably save another 1,000 units of electricity a year. The numbers stack up. It won't cost us a lot. I think it will pay for itself. So it's good for the environment. It's good for council taxpayers. It provides energy security. It's particularly good for residents. And actually, if we do it properly, we can support people living in social housing, but also we can offer it to residents who live around. And we know people in other parts of the country where the council's just facilitated the purchase of systems as an economy, solar PV battery systems. It's the economy of scale. It's the sort of thing Kirklees used to do when we weren't financially constrained. We've talked about potholes and roads, and I think that's symptomatic of exactly what's wrong with the economy of the country. We know how much the current government thinks Kirklees needs for potholes. That's £900,000. We asked Graham Rest what the share was. I've kept digging into the figures. There's £6 billion worth of vehicle excise duty collected every year. If that was distributed equitably across the country, that would give Kirklees £39 million to spend on roads. It's not spent on roads, it's not spent on potholes, it's divvied up to whatever the government's priorities are. And actually it's about time that central government start being on it. I mean, Councillor Boat, you quite rightly referred to the council tax that people in Murphy pay. All of us pay huge amounts of tax, and it's not always put back to the things it ought to be. There's not enough money spent on potholes. We agree with something. There needs to be a better way of doing it. But also needs to be a long-term system. It's not just about shoving £6 million in 3 or 4 years' time. It's a system that needs to be, the government needs to decide how, and we with the government need to decide how much money needs to be spent to bring our roads up to standard. That might take 10, 15, 20 years. We need money allocated to that. Who collects the money? Central government. Who has the responsibility? Local government. Council tax doesn't go that far. There's better ways of doing it. And again, we put some money in a better system. But that's fine. The last thing is about bin collections and the systems in place. It's just amazing that Birmingham, who are under problems, are arguing about moving to fortnightly collections. That's how much pressure. So they're not getting weekly connections, they're not getting an extra collection at Christmas, they're going from weekly to fortnightly. And what frustrates some of us, and it probably is about the council's attempted to do a better system, because of financial to try and do things better, which is quite right. They've tried to look for the efficiencies that all governments demand of us, including the previous level. It was Gershon's savings then, or if you do a little bit, we'll give you a bit more. And in some parts of the borough, despite the best efforts of officers, it's not working. We shouldn't be in that position where we're so stretched at risk it doesn't work. We ought to be innovative and looking for things to do, as we did when we moved from weekly to fortnightly, when we encourage people to recycle so we don't do it. All that ought to be done, and it's just not working. So I think some of the modest proposals we put in about the review of that, particularly when a resident rings in and says, my bin has not been emptied, some residents in the Goka ward had to wait for a month after the Christmas collection, and there's some, I'm still getting calls about it. They've rung through, they've done everything they want to. They get so frustrated they have to speak to a councillor. So actually that communications link that when a resident says my bin hasn't been collected, we sort it out as effectively as possible. We ought to be doing. And it's a relatively modest thing to do. Some of what we've heard tonight is political. We all want a better communities for everybody. And there's something about driving down the collection of taxes has been a really, really good thing. If we cut taxes, the people who benefit most are the most wealthy. If we wisely invest in the right infrastructure, everybody benefits from that. And that is what we ought to be doing. And central government ought to invest, but also local government ought to be able to do that as well. And do some of the things that we know this authority has done in the past and want to do in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Crook.
Thanks very much, Mr Mayor. I think it's really positive that this Labour administration is presenting a balanced budget, and it's down to the hard work of everyone, but especially Cathy and Graham and the officers who've worked hard on this. It's unquestionably the best available outcome for the people of Kirklees in light of the funding situation, and despite the difficult choices we've had to make. We've protected the most vulnerable from the worst of these cuts and avoided indiscriminate and deeper cuts at the hands of government commissioners, as well as the prospect of considerably higher tax rises. To achieve this, cuts and efficiency savings have had to be made to all service areas, including some in my portfolio. So I just wanted to mention a highlight. Kirklees Highways have achieved the efficiencies and savings needed to contribute to this budget and managed to keep our priority routes open and gritted through the winter, as well as responding to a dozen named storms. But I do just want to illustrate some of the challenges we face. Kirklees Highways network is a £5 billion asset belonging to the people of Kirklees, and because of 14 years of underfunding, we now have an approximately £300 million maintenance backlog. Against this, we received £15.8 million of national funding this year through CRSTS. So travelling through the borough, you will see that some roads have fallen below the condition we would like to maintain. I know some of you might point to the government announcement of 8.3 billion from HS2 last year for roads, and all funding is gratefully received, but I would just like to unpick this ever so slightly. Firstly, this sounds a lot, but according to the Local Government Association, the maintenance backlog we face nationally right now is £14 billion and getting worse. This announcement of £8.3 billion was for funding spread over 11 years, so further diluted, with only £300 million actually committed nationally and split between this year and next. West Yorkshire will get 9.2 million of this spread over the 2 years, so the actual value to Kirklees of the £8.3 billion announcement is £921,000. This year and next, to address our roughly 300 million backlog of maintenance, and I know I'm announcing this figure again, but perhaps it will help. The government have recently re-announced the remaining 300 million for the north, and it will be helpful if this does materialise, but the re-announcement doesn't help any more than it did last time, in my view. Despite this lack of funding, we are working on the best possible way to use the funding we do have, including through using artificial intelligence and new technology, in line with your amendment, to improve our network as much as we possibly can in the coming year. So I just wanted to illustrate that pothole situation a little bit. It seems to have come up once or twice this evening.
Thank you. We have no further speakers on the amendments. I'd like to thank those members who made a contribution and remind them that people could speak on the amendment. They could speak about national issues, local issues, bring them together or not as they so wish, and there was no restrictions on what people could speak on. So some of us may not have liked it, but that's democracy. We should now move to the vote on the amendments. The first vote is on the Conservative amendment. The vote will be by console, so press the green button to vote for the amendment, the orange button to abstain, and the red to vote against. This is on the Conservative amendment. Thank you. The amendment is not carried. The next vote is on the Green amendment. Please press the green button to vote for the Green amendment. The orange button to abstain and the red button to vote against. Green amendment. You can do that in a few minutes if you wish. The amendment is not carried. The next vote is on the Liberal Democrat amendment. Press the green button to vote for the amendment, the orange button to abstain, and the red button to vote against. Thank you, members. The amendment is not carried. All amendments have now been voted upon and no amendments have been carried. We are now moving back to the original motion. Are there any further comments on the original motion from members who have not previously spoken? Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we're all wanting to get home, but and we've had a bit. We've had a bit of fun. We've had the knockabout, and our lot says this and your lot says that, and it happens every year. But I've got some serious points really about how we set budgets, and that comes down to the fact that if I go back to when I was first elected, that's 20 years ago now, so I'm only a strapling compared to Donald here. Budgets were set by the administration at the beginning of December, so the first week of December. We'd then have all-party talks all the way through December. We'd then get a full nearly 2 months to put amendments in. And I think that's the way it should work, because, to be quite honest, when you're trying to scrutinise and put amendments in to what is a £1 billion budget, and all the amendments tonight, you know, if you put them against that £1 million budget, we're talking about fractions of a percent of what is spent. And one of my concerns is that because the time for amendments has got so tight now, we had the Cabinet decision on their budget motion, and we then had 2 weeks to get amendments in. But in that 2 weeks, we had one Cabinet meeting. There was one opportunity, if you could get to it, to actually ask questions of the Cabinet as to what is in your budget. One opportunity, yeah? And even tonight, we haven't had really opportunity to ask questions about the budget, because we all just turn up and say what we think and knock 7 bells out of each other politically. So I don't think this actual process does any of us any good at all. And I do suspect that residents, when they look at what goes on tonight, will just think, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? She would say that, wouldn't she? He would say that, wouldn't he? Because actually, how further forward has the 4 hours we've spent in this chamber tonight got us from where we started with the administration's budget? And someone the other day was telling me, just a little I suppose it's a saying he was telling me, he was saying, if you take 2 sharp swords and you just hit them together as hard as you can, all you end up is 2 blunt swords. But if you get 2 sharp swords and you use them wisely and you rub them together, you get 2 sharper swords. And the reason I'm saying that is because everybody in this chamber has something to offer to this council. We've all got ideas for budgets. There should be something there from everyone. There's a lot of intelligence in this room. And between us, we should be able to hone a budget put forward by the administration over a period of a couple of months and come up with something which is better than we started with. So that's just my plea for next year. Let's see if we can come up with a system which works better than the one we've got.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. I'm not sure about swords, but I'm sure people have sharpened knives in here before. Councillor Marchington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not fun. I know some people enjoyed the knockabout tonight, but this is a serious business, and that's what we try. And it's, yeah, it isn't right. What I do agree with David about is actually, and it's like, we used to start over the Christmas period. It wasn't an administration budget. It was the officers presenting us with a telephone directory of where the budget was, their suggestions, changes, and the impact statements for that. A number of us sat through 3 days of listening to officers, and then over time we've stopped doing that. And partly that was to do with the amount of resource. It was a lot of officer time and resources, and that was cutting. So we're in a vicious circle now. We need something that's different from the budget implementation group, because what frustrated some of us about that is we were told about what was happening, we weren't given the chance to engage with that, and we got to find out a lot about those things in the paper. But actually there might be an opportunity for those of us who have got an understanding of national and local economics to look at some of the things, to present some ideas and get a better budget out of it, and actually have proper scrutiny going on. And it is about starting a bit earlier. It is about, regardless of people's political opinions, those people from across the groups who we all trust to do the right thing and not to use what is said in a political way and in a knockabout way, because that drives me potty and I'm sure it drives other people. When we're trying to make, the way to deal with it is to make fun of somebody. So if we can look at that, perhaps with some of the chief executive's overtures that is made to all groups about that, but it needs to be something that works for all of us here as representatives of our wards, and in that way works better for all of the residents, with all of us understanding the constraints. And I think most of us said tonight, we know there's budgetary constraints, there's not a lot of wiggle room, but hopefully there'll be a time when we can get better budgets and at the very least a better understanding what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
I'd agree with David and Andrew in the comments that they've made in terms of the process. Yeah, the budget operational group, I think it was, implementation group, wasn't a vehicle for doing useful things, really. And there are things. I mean, the municipal climate bonds that I mentioned has been taken up by 9 councils. It's a no-brainer. You should be able to. You should take it up. It's my gift to you. You'll get £1 million a year. You'll get your borrowing cheaper, and those sort of things we should be able to take. Those sort of ideas which come from all the groups should be able to come forward to come up with a better thing. It shouldn't necessarily about you being in control. Where is the format? Where is the place where we come together to actually put things in which can get a better outcome for the council as a whole?
Councillor McGrath.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for being probably the last speaker and keeping you all a little bit longer, but obviously I've sat here and it has been very party political all night, and so I won't do the same thing. And I'd like to echo what David said, and the last 3 things that have been said have probably been the most progressive of the night, saying, how do we work together? How can we put things in place? So, for example, potholes. Yeah, we can all say we've got the worst pothole rate in the country, but it's, someone said before that the repaired ones are the ones that are breaking first, and it gets worse and worse from where the repairs are. So how can we do it better together, not how can we complain about you didn't fix enough potholes when you were in charge and it's the Tories' fault and COVID caused debts, and that's not going to help. So I really welcome the last 3 comments, and if we can work together with the last 3 comments and not the last 50 and the last 2 hours, I think next year's budget could be a much better, much more enjoyable and a much more progressive entity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scott, right of reply.
Mr. Mayor, it's been an interesting debate, so I'm going to try and keep this quick for you. So our budget did reflect the demand pressures, and there's been a lot of talk tonight about cross-party working budgets. You were all part of it, should you choose to turn up. And I want to pick up on one of the things that Councillor Thompson said. I don't have to borrow other people's words or speeches. I can quite articulate for myself. I think you've seen that. Regarding the dogs and cats and things that you've mentioned, that the Labour budget, I think you're totally wrong. You're totally wrong to make mockery out of what we're trying to do with this situation. And I want to refer you to a quote from Andy Haldane, the chair of the Government's Levelling Up Advisory Council. He indicated that austerity was the root cause behind growing numbers of council bankruptcies. This is an independent person from your government, and he said the route on the branch needs rethinking of all local authorities' funding, and that was an urgent requirement to prevent a fresh round of more problems coming to all our local services. So you can't hide away from that. And just before I close, I think this is really interesting for the general public, because we've had a lot of showboating tonight that's absolutely really annoyed me. Martin, you talked about groups in Mayfield actually having to do things. Well, that's what our budget's about, enabling the community to do more, because your government stopped the money. You talked about parking. You've talked about potholes. Your budget doesn't introduce any help at all until 26-27. So stick with your holies on your roads. That's what it's about. Then you talk about a feasibility on the roads. You cut the transport monies. How are we going to do a feasibility on roads? So, Mr Mayor,
Councillor
I'm
Scott,
going to end there.
one second, Councillor Scott. Councillor Hall.
You shouldn't be talking about amendments which have fallen, Mr Mayor. She's got to
No,
speak
no,
on her
no,
own,
but
own substantive motion.
All right, okay.
She's the leader is the leader is summing up, so can speak on all of it.
So, okay. You talked about bin collections. We should commend our staff. North Kirklees, 71,461 bins collected. That's 99.83%. 122 bins missed. So you over-egged that. South, 102,714. That's 99.63% collected. 378 missed. So I just want to make you recognise that the people, the staff in this organisation do the best they can, and Cheap Shops across this chamber does not put any faith in it. I want to address also about Councillor, I think it was Bolt, that mentioned about our political whip. That's voluntary. Unlike your group that decided not to take the allowances. The percentage of them that decided not to take it was quite striking. 70% decided not to take a reduction in their allowance. So I'm absolutely more than happy with the political groups that showed willing to do that. And I want to also mention today has been a striking day, that 34.5 million we're reducing from our budget. We've had an announcement from government today to say the HSF fund will be extended for 6 months. What good is that for me, for my children, my kids, for everybody at home? What good is that? 6 months of more pressure, more anguish, more pain. I commend this budget. Mr Mayor, I move it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. We will now take the vote on the consoles again. Please press the green button to vote for the substantive motion, the orange to abstain, and the red to vote against. The budget motion has been carried. May I thank you all for your attendance, your contributions, and for the very last time from me, have a safe journey home, and thank you.